Good morning. Thank you all for being here. It's lovely to see so many people in chambers. And we will get started with the April 13th Executive Committee meeting. It has been a hectic morning for me that started at unexpectedly at about 5:15, and so it has been, a very hectic morning, but it's always lovely to have a chance to stop and reflect on the place where we are and take this time to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory, and they acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'd like to start with a quick roll call of my fellow committee members. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
And Mayor Sohi, who is away today, hopefully joining us later this afternoon. And just looking for other councillor colleagues who may be on the line. No one else in chambers, but I see Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
If I've missed anyone, please let me know. Great, so adoption of the agenda. This is going to be an interesting one. So can I have a motion to adopt the agenda with amendments?
Sure. I move with the adoption of the agenda with the addition of 9.1, GEF Seniors Housing Board Membership Report and Applicant Shortlisting, Executive Committee Non-Regular Report, and then Replacement Attachment 6.2, Permit and Licensing Improvement PLI Initiative, Attachment 1, 6.8, High Level Bridge Life Cycle Strategy, Attachment 3.
Thank you. Let's call the vote.
We have 4 votes.
Display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Can I have someone move the minutes?
Sure. I'd be happy to move the adoption of the minutes from the March 18th, 2022 Executive Committee non-regular meeting and the March 23, 2022 Executive Committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. If there are no questions, I'll call the vote, please.
We have 4 votes.
Display the votes. And that's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have protocol items. I'm not aware that we have any this morning. Great, and now on to selecting items for debate. I'll just wait for the list to populate. I can select some based on speakers. We have speakers for 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, also for 6.6, 6.7, 6.8, and 6.9. So I'll select those. Any other selections, Councillor Knack?
Thank you. Yes, I think we should select 6.4 so we can have the Health City folks provide their presentation, and on behalf of Councillor Cartmel, I'm going to select 6.10.
Thank you. That leaves us with item 6.5. Did anyone want to select that report? Okay. So let us vote on item 6.5 then.
There's also item 9.1.
Thank you.
Sorry, I should have selected that. I'll select that and then move the remaining item.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any questions on 6.5? Otherwise, I'll call the vote.
We're just missing a mover, I believe, on the,
Oh, I believe that was Councillor Knack, sorry.
my apologies,
No,
thank you.
that's all right.
Councillor Rice? We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. Carried. Thank you very much. Now we do have a number of speakers. Would somebody like to move that we hear from the speakers that we have in front of us?
I can move.
Do you have the names in front of you, Councillor Rice? Otherwise, I can.
Oh, I don't. And if that is case, and you can't do it. I thought I can just move.
Not a problem at all. I can never do it when I'm remote either. So I'll move for items 616263 that we hear from Tracy Bednard, Explore Edmonton, and Tony Ruffo, Blues on White, and the Commercial Hotel. Sorry, we do all the items? Or yes. On item 6.6 that we hear from Jonathan Chan from Dream. 6.7 and 6.8 that we hear from Kevin Dieterman, the High Level Line Society, and David James, also from the High Level Line Society. For item 6.9 that we hear from Steve Bradshaw, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569. I'll call the vote.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the votes. And that's carried. Next, we have requests for time specific, and I'll just ask for my colleagues' forgiveness that I may just take over a bit here. It's quite a complex agenda. We have heard a desire for 6.1, 6.2, 6.3 to be in the afternoon and be followed by 6.4. However, our speaker on those items is only available this morning. So I'd like to propose to my colleagues that we deal with those items first. We'll have the presentation from administration. We'll hear from the speaker. We will then defer those items for questions of administration until 1:30. So that would accommodate our speaker. That would allow them to speak this morning and then allow us to have that broader conversation this afternoon. Any concerns from administration on that approach or anyone on committee? No, not hearing any. I don't think we need to move that at this point. Those will just be our first items as they are. I would also like to move that we do item 6.9 to be time specific at 3:45 p.m. to accommodate an external consultant who'll be joining us. Any concerns? No? Okay,
Madam Chair.
yes,
Madam
yeah.
Chair. I do just want to give the notes, and I will not be in the meeting this afternoon because due to other councillor duties, and I have to go. So that means for me, and I may not get an opportunity to ask any questions to administration and regarding the first few items appointment.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Rice. So sorry, you are, you will be away from 1:30 onwards, like, or from the lunch break onwards?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Could I get some advice from administration about proceeding with items 1, 2, and 3 this morning?
I just want to say I'm okay for that. And if like the committee can go without me, and then for my questions, I can touch base with administration offline. And if that works for the entire committee, and I will be okay for that.
Ah, okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. And we can certainly touch base if there are questions that I can raise on your behalf as well. Happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your flexibility and accommodation there. Okay, so then I believe we will only be making 6.9 time specific at this point, and then following presentations on 1, 2, and 3, we'll then have a subsequent motion after that to defer those until later in the afternoon.
If I may, Councillor
Please.
Stevenson, there is also a request for 6.4 to be the second item at 1:30. more of a request for it to be dealt with after 6.1 to 6.3.
Would it make sense to move that now? Because because we aren't making the first 3 items time specific at 1:30 yet. So just wondering if it makes sense to have a motion after those presentations and the speaker to then, or yeah, we could just make 6.4 second item at 1:30 p.m. right now.
Sure.
Okay, so I will move that we make item 6.4 second item at 1:30 and item 6.9 at 3:45 p.m. And please vote.
We have 4 votes.
Thank you. Display the votes. Carried. Thank you. And so with that, Councillor inquiries is our next item, and I believe that we have some today. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I actually have 3 council inquiries today. The first one is, can administration provide a memo outlining any work that has or is currently underway to incentivize alternative forms of housing types, such as tiny home villages, cooperatives, accessory dwelling units, etc.? So that's the first one.
Thank you. Is that, clerk, you've got that? Great.
That's clear. Yep. The second one is, can administration provide a report outlining any one-time micro grants or spark grants that the City of Edmonton funds in the amount below $2,000 to support areas of business and economic growth, as well as individual and/or community-led initiatives? And just quickly to speak on this one, I know we have some council colleagues that are doing micro grants with their board budgets, but this is something I've had an eye on as a community developer for a long time, and I've seen real potential with these, and so I want to know, even as from admin's perspective, what we're already doing and what potential there is on a bigger scaling up of that of those micro grants. Number 3, can administration provide a memo on city-run specialized recreation programming and accommodations for equity-seeking groups, for example, sensory-sensitive programs, and time-specific facility access, for example, ice time for sledge hockey?
Thank you. Any other inquiries? Excellent. Next, I believe reports to be dealt with at a different meeting and requests to reschedule a report. I believe we have none. And so we will move to 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and over to you, administration. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Committee and chair and council members. Good morning, and over the past 2 years, I just wanted to say that the Edmonton businesses have faced undeniable challenges ranging from job losses, climbing debt, to business closures. And the broader community has seen a tremendous amount of both social and economic change in a relatively short period of time, as we all have experienced. Economic recovery from the pandemic is going to require a united effort throughout the City of Edmonton and our partner organizations. And together with our colleagues today, I would like to share an update today on the Economic Action Plan that includes improvements to permit and licensing, as well as our new business retention and expansion framework, Business Friendly Edmonton. Listening to the guidance and perspective of our city partners, remaining customer service focused, and building on opportunities to become more efficient will deliver the greatest possible value for Edmonton businesses. And this important work will be required to support our economic recovery and grow our community. So with that in mind, I thank you for listening today, and today we'll hand it over to Deputy City Manager Stephanie McCabe and her team to take you through the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andre, and really thank you to members of committee for your time today. Before I begin the presentation, I'll introduce Kim Petrin, who's our Branch Manager of Development Services, and Alyssa Laberte, who's our new Branch Manager of Economic Investment Services. She brings a wealth of senior leadership experience in the areas of stakeholder engagement, international energy and economic policy, and economic development strategies. And I'm pleased to introduce her. This is her 3rd day with the City of Edmonton. Also up front with me is Tom Mansfield, who's one of our directors in our Economic Investment Services branch. So to slide 3, please. Thank you. So the City of Edmonton has been committed to driving economic and job growth for all businesses in Edmonton. And really this work has been cascading from the city plan. Today, we're updating you on three interwoven projects. First, we're going to update Executive Committee on the implementation of the Economic Action Plan, which includes an update on the mobilization of capital and priorities that we've been working on through 2022. I'm happy to report that the action plan is on track, and we're collectively building a more prosperous and inclusive Edmonton for all Edmontonians. Next, we're going to update Executive Committee on administration's approach to setting and improving permit and licensing improvement, otherwise known as red tape reduction or customer service friendly approaches. We've been really busy on this space. In this space, we've been moving a number of things online, and we've been saving customers $4.6 million annually. And I'd like to thank the department that's been really dedicated to this work. And then finally, our last update is a direct outcome of Action 18 of the Economic Action Plan, and you'll be introduced to the Business-Friendly Edmonton Initiative and demonstrate how we're evolving our work to support businesses. Next slide, please. So administration has been using the value of non-residential building permits as an indicator for mobilization of capital in the Edmonton region. As you can see from this chart, mobilization of capital indicated by non-residential construction in the Edmonton region increased in 2020 and began to slow in 2021. Overall, the number and value of non-residential building permits has increased since 2019. These figures are intended to supplement the case studies included in the council report, because Edmonton's economy has benefited from a number of announced and commenced private sector investments. But I want to tell two stories today that really show that we have made progress in this space. One of them is highlighted in the report, Polycar. It was Edmonton Global facilitated a pre-investment consultation with the city, and the city made sure that we were able to get Polycar's business permits or development permits in a record 41 days. And the reason why I tell this story is because the CEO called me to tell me that he's never had that type of experience in working with any other city, and he wanted to thank me for the work that we were doing to be able to expedite and make sure that we had a business-friendly approach to his permits. The second story I want to tell is actually on our Place brand site that was launched this week, Why Edmonton? Edmonton's Trial and Ale. It's a small business, and in 2 years, we have seen a lot of expansion in this space in terms of small breweries. And the co-owner of the company, Ryan, has said that the city has had a really big role, and credits the city of Edmonton, in helping his company get off the ground. And I'm going to quote him: "We would not be in business today if it wasn't for the city's small business team." So my message here today is we are evolving in this space in terms of helping companies, but we've also had a number of successes that we're looking forward to building on. Next slide, please. On that note, it's really important to understand that Edmonton competes for investment both globally and locally. And capital is mobile, and even more mobile in the world that we're in today. It can be invested anywhere, and institutional investors with large pools of capital have sophisticated approaches for their investment decisions. It's therefore important for the city to continue to understand how we can maximize the investment in Edmonton's economy. And so we use the city plan's levers of change in order to understand the space and what the city can do. So we develop policies and streamline regulatory requirements. We make strategic investments in the community. We provide supports to businesses and business associations, and we ensure the balance between taxes and services and benefits is competitive. These foundational activities create the environment in which time to market is minimized, taxes are competitive, land is made available and attractive for development, and the city quality of life is important as well. Ultimately, this results in a city that is attractive to investors and high-skilled talent, enabling businesses to start up and grow. This leads to additional investment attraction and employment growth. Next slide, please. The opportunities before us today require partnership more now than ever, and this diagram is a snapshot of the city's economic ecosystem. Now note that the City of Edmonton is not at the center. The city is just one of the many partners, including the private sector, post-secondary institutions, and other orders of government and nonprofits, and the partners we fund. These partners were essential to building the plan and are critical for its implementation, and they are very much at the table and helping with the implementation. We're fortunate to have many strong partners, including formal and long-standing partnerships with groups like the 13 Business Improvement Areas, the Chamber of Commerce, Edmonton Global, Innovate Edmonton, Explore Edmonton, as well as new partners like Black Canadian Women in Action and the Indigenous Business Association Axis. Working with all our partners in collaboration is critical, and we thank them for all of the work that they've put into this space. None of us can do this work alone, and the strength and value of partnership is critical to our joint success. So next slide, please. So looking ahead, the path, the roadway ahead for the Economic Action Plan. As I said, work is well underway, and we are on track to implementing the priority actions in that plan. But there's things that we're going to continue to focus on. One, we're going to continue to build strong relationships. We're going to build those relationships both internally and externally, building off the work that's already been happening. We're also going to make sure that we have a clear idea of who does what in this space so that we can maximize value for Edmontonians. The second priority over this year is to develop a performance measurement framework for the Economic Action Plan. And we're going to do that in partnership with the Edmonton partners. A framework is really important so that we can report on our success to City Council, and we can track consistent and quantifiable information. I want to highlight in here that we understand that economic development isn't just about the dollars. And so part of that work that we're doing in that framework recognizes the well-being and that social well-being and inclusive economic growth is a key component of our performance measurement framework and our work overall. So we'll be incorporating equity measures in the planning and implementation of the economic actions to address things like racial, gender, and other systematic social inequities to ensure more equitable and inclusive economic opportunities for all Edmontonians to prosper are in this plan. The third thing is we are going to continue to focus on customer service and by providing support to businesses both in the department and in the corporation. So I can tell you more stories like the two that I shared here today. I'm now going to pass it to Kim Petrin, who's going to actually highlight some of the work in more detail of the work that we've been doing on the customer service friendly work as well as red tape reduction. Kim, over to you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good morning. The Permit and Licensing Initiative is an important part of executing on the Edmonton Economic Action Plan. Edmontonians expect that buildings and businesses in their neighborhoods are safe. Permits and licenses are an important part of guiding development and helping ensure we are achieving the safe, inclusive, vibrant, walkable, and city envisioned by City Plan. Development is complex, though, and finding the balance between providing reliable and timely services and ensuring that what is built is safe, meets appropriate regulatory standards, and fits in with the surrounding neighborhood and respects community interests can be challenging. And different names can be applied to this work, as Ms. McCabe noted. Red tape reduction, customer service improvement. Whatever they're called, the intent is to ensure that we have the right regulations and processes in place to support good development. Next slide, please. It is also executing on the direction provided in City Plan. Edmonton's ability to retain, attract, and grow business is impacted by how the city regulates and provides services to businesses, property owners, and investors. On April 6, administration held a red tape roundtable with a wide array of members of Edmonton's business community to discuss our customers' experience with red tape. Themes from the session included unclear and redundant requirements, difficulty navigating various areas of the city that require permit and licenses, and the amount of time that it can take to obtain approval for things that are important to business owners and city builders in Edmonton. Next slide, please. To address these challenges, the Permit Licensing Initiative has been underway since January of 2020 and builds on the momentum created by the Urban Form Business Transformation Initiative completed in 2019. The initiative focuses on making the development permit and building permit and inspection and business licensing process easier for homeowners doing renovations, contractors doing commercial or residential renovations, and business owners opening a new business or moving into a new space. The outcomes of this work are to refine the time that it takes to get a permit or a business license and ensure that it's consistent or shorter. Newly established service levels will serve as a starting point to help build a more transparent, consistent, and predictable experience for our customers. The application process and permitting and licensing requirements for projects need to be clear and more transparent. And we also want to ensure that service is more consistent with staff working together across teams to help customers and giving similar answers to customer questions. Next slide. Red tape reduction efforts between 2018 and 2021 saved customers and businesses 261,000 days and $4.6 million annually as a result of improved processes. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, policy and regulations are one lever for change and highlights the work include updates to the zoning bylaw to reduce barriers to businesses and aid in economic development and recovery. For example, 25 business uses were exempted from requiring development permits, which help remove business location barriers. We've introduced a new business license bylaw at the January of this year to create efficiencies for both the city and businesses by providing clearer, more consistent regulations and licensing requirements. The new bylaw also allows the city to respond more quickly and decisively to new and emerging business types. We continue to enhance service delivery and the customer experience through policy and regulation change. We've cut business license approval time in half when a building permit is not required. We've helped businesses to open sooner by allowing interior demolition work to proceed while waiting for commercial building permits. We've reduced sign permit approval timelines in half since they've moved online. We've automated permit reviews for high-volume, lower-risk residential projects such as decks and garages to offer same-day permits for qualified projects. This creates efficiency as well for city staff to focus on complex applications. More than 90% of our permit and licensing applications are online, and we continue to advance that technical experience for our customers. Next slide, please. There are a number of initiatives currently underway and planned for 2022 that will deliver additional results. These include setting service levels so that customers know what to expect from Edmonton when embarking on their projects. Permitting transformation for business to integrate and streamline business owners' experience from across the city's various permits and licenses. We're enhancing the home improvement permitting to support novice homeowner customers through our processes. And establishing a customer feedback management system to continually capture ongoing feedback from customers is a journey of customer continuous improvement. And ongoing improvements that we hear from our staff and from our customers as part of our ongoing improvement. And now that I've shared how streamlining our regulatory process, I'll pass it to Mr. Mansfield to discuss the work we are doing to streamline and improve our support services for Edmonton businesses.
Thank you, Kim. Permit and licensing improvement and business-friendly Edmonton are two sides to the same economic development coin. As a direct outcome of Action 18 of the Economic Action Plan, Business-Friendly Edmonton is an initiative that has been developed to provide a framework to restructure and to enhance our business supports, programs, and services. Next slide, please. Business-Friendly Edmonton is a customer-oriented approach and a suite of services that will help businesses to start, stay, invest, and grow locally. This framework puts a priority on inclusive economic participation and is broken into three sections. First, the city understands the importance of business-friendly customer service, stepping into the shoes of the customer and considering what they need from the city. Second, the city provides personalized service and support for all businesses, from budding entrepreneurs to innovative technology companies to industrial manufacturers. And third, we work in partnership with city agencies, local and regional economic development organizations, not-for-profits, post-secondary institutions, our colleagues, and Edmontonians to champion Edmonton businesses. Next slide, please. Through the Business-Friendly Edmonton programming, the city provides businesses with the information they need to inform their business planning decisions. We leverage and maintain strong relationships internally to quickly facilitate information gathering, help businesses understand the regulatory process, and provide integrated resolutions. For example, the city provides a one-on-one support service for businesses of all sizes. Whether they are looking to sell to the city, open a home-based business, choose the best site for their location, trial an innovative product or service, or expand their manufacturing plant, we will create clear and complete roadmaps for their journeys. These services have been well received by the Edmonton business community and elicited positive feedback at our department's recent Red Tape Roundtable session. This slide is a high-level overview of the services and programming we provide, recognizing that each business will be on its own unique journey. As city process experts, our business liaisons are ready to support businesses in any sector on their journey towards success. Next slide, please. Our business-friendly approach recognizes that businesses are investors, risk takers, and job creators, and considers what they will need to know and do in order to have a positive experience with the city. Traditional business engagement approaches are no longer sufficient when new technologies are shifting how people work, traditional industries are being disrupted, and social inequities are increasingly pronounced. We recognize there must be a renewed focus on the importance of agility, empathy, customer service, and partnership to support economic growth. Businesses have choices for where they locate, and investment capital is ever more mobile. Therefore, it is imperative that Edmonton stays competitive and business-friendly in its environment. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time today, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We'll now go to our speakers. So Ms. Bernard and Mr. Rufo. Just as a bit of an overview of the speaking process. So you'll now be invited to speak in a panel, so one after each other. The clerk will run an official timer in council chambers for 5 minutes. For Mr. Rufo, who's in person, you will see a green light at the podium, which will turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and then flash red when your 5 minutes is up. Tracy, if you're at home, you may wish to have a timer of your own. After you've both had a chance to present, I'll turn to my committee and council colleagues to ask any questions. So please, just a reminder to stay around after you've spoken. Just remembering for those participating virtually to mute your microphone when not speaking. If you have any technical difficulties, just you can reach out to City Clerk at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. We welcome you to wear a mask if that is to your comfort, and that we all be respectful of each other in our choices around masking. In the event of emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate, and city staff will direct you to our muster point. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Tracy. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm not in council chambers, I'm not at home, but I am back downtown working, and really happy to be here because of course it's important to support business. I'll just put my timer on. Again, I want to thank everyone here for allowing me this opportunity to present. I am the President and CEO of Explore Edmonton, and I really wanted to make 2 fundamental points. The first is that the visitor economy is fundamentally made up of small and medium-sized businesses. So this business-friendly city is a fundamental enabler of our mandate and ability to drive the visitor economy. And secondly, that Explore Edmonton clearly views that while we're one component in that ecosystem, that when we look in alignment with our partners and including through and with the City of Edmonton, that's how we deliver the maximum impact. And because of those 2 points, we're here to express our support for these reports and also to encourage us to maintain our collective focus here around continuous improvement. Quickly about our mandate, it is Edmonton's Destination Management and Marketing Organization and Tourism and Venue Management Authority, and we support and develop tourism and hospitality-focused businesses grow. This, of course, creates social benefit for us as Edmontonians by enhancing the quality of life of our city, and these same attributes and experiences help our visitors, our ability to attract visitors to our region who then invest money into our economy and make sure that these experiences and local businesses are viable and sustainable. So to that point, tourism is fundamentally made up of small businesses. Statistics Canada reports that more than 90% of directly relevant businesses are SMEs, of the 68% of majority private employment in Canada, and 1 in 10 jobs in Canada are part of that visitor economy as well. So getting the conditions right for these businesses to be founded and to expand and grow is vital to our success. Just a couple of points on the ecosystem, and I know administration mentioned this. We are just a partner within that economic development ecosystem that includes Edmonton Global, the VIAs, Innovate Edmonton, and the city's own administration teams. And I know we have some of the colleagues who are in the audience today, didn't sign up to speak, but are in the audience to demonstrate that cooperative environment that we seek to work in. We also connect in specifically with Edmonton events and with the city manager and his city administration, because we collectively believe we have that greater impact together. One example I wanted to give of that ecosystem at work is our collaboration with Edmonton Global to attract sector-specific businesses. We have the Canadian Hydrogen Convention at the end of April. Of course, our mandate is to support conferences in general, but aligning with our partners, we are able to attract and support those that are more aligned and drive our key collective economic, social, and sustainability targets. So it's more than the impact of a conference, but it impacts that entire economy. I also just wanted to give another example. We hosted Destination Canada's board and executive here. We built a great itinerary of experiences, but it wasn't just us that hosted that national marketing group. We were able to do that because we had members of Innovate Edmonton, Malcolm Booth from Edmonton Global, City Council, Mayor Sohi, the Chamber of Commerce, Port Edmonton, and others who participated welcoming. Just a couple of points about our specific relationship to the city. We have been able to be and appreciate our contribution to the Connect Edmonton City Plan. We've provided significant input to the Economic Action Plan from a visitor economy perspective and have direct linkages to that one. Just looking at the time, while it's not the focus of today, I also wanted to note that we can't speak about the visitor economy without speaking about our third objective of not only economic growth, but environmental sustainability and social benefit. And we believe that all of these fit together. According to our own research, which we use to develop our 10-year master plan, travelers are more and more choosing destinations that balance sustainability, clean spaces, and authentic experiences. And this is consistent with what residents have told us as well. Just to wrap up, the suite of business-friendly reports presented today, we believe represent a lot of hard work, not only support recovery, but drive growth. And particularly as we consider how the private sector, city agencies, and administrations best collaborate to reduce barriers to success and expansion. From our perspective, these balance economic growth, social prosperity, and include specific integration for our alignment to be able to add value to this. We're high profile, you see us with festivals and big sporting events, but it's these reports that enable and are the ingredient for the work that we're able to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that. And we'll go to our next speaker and then come back for any questions that we may have of you. So thank you. Mr. Rufo, over to you, please. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors, members of the press.
Sorry, can I just ask you to turn on your microphone there?
Good morning, councillors, members of the press, those of the public that may be watching from home. I'm here very proudly representing Blues on White and the Commercial Hotel. I'm not only here representing this business, but I'm representing the Edmonton music and arts community. I have been a booking manager, promoter, and musician within our arts community. Our business and the arts community has been hit disproportionately with the fallout of COVID and the activities and shutdowns that kept us all safe. I wanted to tell you a little bit about our business. We are a 110-year-old business that has been run for 50 years by a single family. We are the cornerstone tenant of the Old Strathcona Heritage Area because of the amazing heritage building that we own. We have the great honor and responsibility of maintaining a successful business, which in turn sustains and maintains this beautiful building and is a vital part of this Old Strathcona Heritage Area that we all hold so dear in our town and keeps us grounded in our roots and our heritage. Our unique situation means that we have to be successful in an incredibly restrictive regulatory environment. Not only are we subject to the overlay the DC1, but we're also a heritage building. So we have a number of bylaws and regulatory environments that most other businesses in our city do not endure. We are also an iconic music venue that is internationally and nationally recognized. We're responsible for bringing artists to Edmonton, such as Stevie Ray Vaughan, B.B. King, and Grammy Award-winning Kingfish to perform for Edmonton music lovers. In many circles, Edmonton is known because of the fame and history of Blues on White, one of Canada's greatest music rooms. We employ more local artists and put more musicians to work in Edmonton than any other venue or business. Each month, we employ 20 different bands and put music on for Edmontonians. I would be surprised if there was anyone in this room that didn't know our business and didn't know the contribution that we've made to the Edmonton music and just lifestyle of Edmontonians. The City of Edmonton, in its wisdom, asked the hospitality industry to move our patrons outdoors for the safety of everyone during the COVID pandemic. The city implemented the low-impact patio program, which Blues on White took advantage of to build a 91-person patio on our deck. That patio was incredibly successful for our business. We converted an eyesore parking lot that was the home of vagrancy and crime and was difficult for the Edmonton City Police Service to maintain in a safe way. We had converted that parking lot into a patio. When we understood through the red tape reduction program, which is why I'm speaking now to these items, that we could license our patio permanently, we asked the red tape reduction people if we could expand our patio before licensing it permanently. And so we did then proceed to take our 91-person patio and convert it into a 330-person seated patio. It's interesting to note that our patio was set up, designed from the core to be pandemic friendly. There's no seating for more than 6 people, no seating more than closer than 6 feet apart. The whole patio in its design and structure was designed to be COVID friendly. The patio was incredibly successful. Thousands of Edmontonians flocked to the patio. It was voted Patio of the Year for Edmonton by the Bear radio station and their many listeners. When we then went to the city to seek under the red tape reduction program to get our patio licensed, we were then surprised to find that the Planning and Development Commission put a stop order to our patio. They discovered a number of inconsistencies, oversights that we had made in the process of building the patio that disqualified us from operating the patio. We then proceeded to have 2 separate appeals with the SDAB board, which the findings from those boards were both controversial, convoluted, confusing, and leave much room for us to then come back with a civil lawsuit to obtain the right for our business to grow. In 2004, the City of Edmonton passed a law called the Overlay Law, which specifically limits our business from growing. And during COVID, our business was under attack, whether or not we would even be able to continue our contribution to Edmonton, which I think everyone would agree is a significant contribution. The patio saved us. We opened up, the patio was very busy and good for our business. And this year we were looking forward to the very same thing. I'm here today to bring this serious matter to the attention of Council and to indicate to Council that you'll be the Council that oversees the death of this iconic venue as we go out of business from COVID pressures, from an oppressive regulatory environment, or whether you're the Council that steps in and, staying true to your red tape reduction strategies, actually convince your bureaucracy to carry forward in the spirit of the laws that you're passing here and the activities of these communities. We need your help, Council. We need you to look into our matter and help us to proceed forward with our business. We talk very much about business-friendly environments, and now we need you to have less reports and more action.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those comments. So I'll just turn to the speakers list to see if any of my colleagues had specific questions for you both. Great presentations from you both, and if we don't have questions directly of you, we certainly, I'm sure we'll have questions of administration when we come to speaking to city staff. Any questions? I just want to give it a few more moments in case there's a technological delay, or if anyone just wants to interject. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just a quick question to Mr. Ruffalo. First of all, I've been to Blues on White. I love it. It's two questions. First, have you connected with Councillor Jans specifically about your situation?
I've spoken with Councillor Jans, and while his response to us was prompt, it offered no hope for intervention. It offered, in fact, his comment was, there is no will for council or the public to see Blues on White expand. And the truth is that unless we expand to the patio, our business won't survive. And it's certainly not in the shaky COVID environment that we're in. We're planning that ultimately there may be additional shutdowns, and the deck is an important part of us to make our patrons safe and to see our business continue. And I would love it if we had a more supportive voice in Councillor Jans. This is why I'm turning to the wider council and the mayor and the press to bring attention to this issue. We feel that we have served our community well. We have served our community in an environment that really is more oppressive regulatory-wise than any other business in the city. We have a specific law that limits us from growing our business.
Yeah.
So a law that was written in 2004, which is 18 years ago, is governing our business that is no longer relevant. It's lost its relevancy because we are living in a pandemic. Our business operates completely differently.
And is that the White Ave overlay? Is it
The White Ave overlay.
The specifically that you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
In fact, I should point out, in the White Ave overlay, our business is specifically exempted from growing or expanding in any way. But while we maintain a heritage building, and the city expects us to sustain the building.
Yeah.
So you can't do business, you can't grow your business, you can't stay relevant, but please maintain our building, and please continue to be the cornerstone tenant of the White Ave Arts and Business area.
Yeah.
And you know what's happened to White Avenue? It used to be a vibrant avenue where people came to see it on Friday, Saturday nights, and now it's an avenue filled with empty windows and for lease signs because the city seems more interested in building low-rise condominiums than sustaining a business and an arts and entertainment area in our city.
Yeah. So I'm just cognizant of my time. Sorry, I have one more question for you. So I apologize for cutting you off, but I guess you've just listened to the presentation from administration and some of the work that they're either doing or have underway. But you're saying your experience is different. What would you, as a business owner, aside from like I'm hearing about easing of patio and some of those patio things, is there anything else from a business perspective from the report that you heard that you would like to see the city be doing to help businesses thrive, specifically in your case on White Ave?
So we're not cowboys. We didn't start building a deck and doing these things just because we had a good idea one day. We followed the regulations. We contacted the city of Edmonton. We tried in every possible way to do what we were asked to do and to do it properly. And what has happened is that the regulatory environment didn't foresee the fact that a business could build a patio on their property and that we have this huge parking lot that could be licensed for 900 people. Because of our occupancy and because of the space and because of our exits. And when they saw that, they said, oh no, we didn't contemplate this. And then at that point, they began, the regulatory environment began to shift. So the patio improvement program today is not the same one that we started with. And in fact, changes to the patio program are directly related to our experience. So the regulatory environment shifted underneath us because they didn't like how we used the regulations that they provided. So we did what we were told to do. We did everything correctly. And they didn't like how we used the regulations, so now they have changed the regulations. They don't read the same way. And we're left now with no patio. We have a stop order on our patio, and we're surrounded by patios on White Avenue. MKT is a 300-seat venue with a 200-seat patio. Pint is a 300-seat venue with a 100-seat patio. Our neighbors, Hudson's, a 300-seat venue with a 100-seat patio. Not only are we unable to compete, not only are there laws set against us from growing and maintaining this iconic building, iconic venue that every person in this room knows about. But not only that, but now we've been actually moved into a complete competitive disadvantage where we don't have any patio at all, and we're surrounded by them by our neighbors. The message that I would give is please be more thorough in your regulations. Please contemplate more so that businesses aren't led down a blind alley. And now we're at this crossroads where the red tape reduction and the planning and development department don't seem to be connected with one another. We should be licensed under the red tape reduction program, period.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what we were told that would happen. That's what we moved towards. And now in the last final hour, the red tape reduction program seems to not have as much authority.
Sorry, sir,
as
we do have to stop. We're over time, so I apologize. My time is up.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing the comments forward.
My apologies. I'm passionate about what I'm doing here.
Yes.
I think it's very important for Edmonton.
Thank you. We hear the passion, we hear the comments, and I think it speaks to, you know, how far administration can go, and when we as council are also have to provide direction on that regulatory piece as well, which is on us to discuss, and we will discuss that later this afternoon when we come back for questions of administration. So thank you again very much for being here. We've certainly heard and will take your concerns forward. With that, I am going to suggest that we now defer these items to be first item of business at 1:30. I believe that we will need a motion on that. So with hearing no further discussion, I'll ask that we vote on that.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. Wonderful. So thank you, administration. We'll come back to that at 1:30. So moving on, next we are at 6.6, arterial roadway assessment, potential funding options and implications to design, acquire land, and build. Councillor Wright, I believe this was of greatest interest to yourself. Would you like a presentation on this item?
Yes, if I could please get it from administration, and then I think Mr. Chan was also here to speak.
Thank you. Yes, thanks for flagging that. So we'll just wait for administration to change over, and we'll get started on 6.6 when you're ready.
Good morning. We have a short presentation outlining the arterial access to the Maple neighborhood and options to fund and construct Maple Road and 23rd Avenue, including a discussion on citywide implications. The city is committed to ensuring that neighborhoods are developed in a way that is compatible with and respects the surrounding area in order to create the vibrant, healthy, and inclusive city envisioned by the city plan. With me here today are members from Development Services and Integrated Infrastructure Services. I'm going to pass the presentation to Kelly Sizer from Development Services, who will be presenting.
Next slide, please. Current neighborhood access to Maple consists of an arterial roadway, Maple Road, at the north end of the neighborhood, and secondary temporary access to the south end of the neighborhood on Meridian Street and West Railway Street. Future arterial road access will be provided by extending 23rd Avenue through the Astor and Tamarack neighborhoods. The timing of this construction depends on the pace of development of these neighborhoods and is a developer responsibility. While the completion of 23rd Avenue arterial roadway will improve access to the Maple community through an upgraded road infrastructure and a more direct travel route, the rail crossings could still both be blocked by a train at the same time. 23rd Avenue completion does not improve emergency response times, and traffic volumes do not warrant additional arterial construction at this time. Developing neighborhoods experiencing incomplete arterial roadway networks are not a unique issue. Neighborhoods throughout Edmonton have requested to advance arterial construction at a faster pace than the development can support. Non-participating landowners can also be a factor in arterial construction timing. Using municipal funds to prioritize 23rd Avenue construction could have a tax levy impact and set a precedent that the city will use capital funds to prioritize arterial construction that would typically be completed by area developers. Additionally, it may divert funds that would contribute to other strategic mobility projects as prioritized in the mobility network assessment. Administration will continue to monitor emergency response times for alignment within targets and work with area developers to stage arterial roadway upgrades with future subdivision approvals. Next slide, please. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. I understand that the speaker, Mr. Chan, has withdrawn his request.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. So we no longer have a speaker on this item, but I believe we do have questions from council. I am going to make the assumption that Councillor Wright is one of my colleagues who'd like to speak to it. So we'll go to you first, unless anyone on committee wishes to speak first. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get on the speakers list. There we go. So I guess thank you, administration, for helping to explore the options that you've outlined in the report. I also did want to extend my appreciation to Mr. Chan for being, I guess, responsive on the issue, providing signage and communication. I had wanted to get sort of a bit of an update from him on when these were going to be happening. And there's definitely no easy solution here. I don't think in administration's report, you've indicated that it's not unique to this neighborhood. And so I'm just wondering if there's anything, any other mechanisms or policies or with the zoning bylaw renewal, is there anything that we can do that would sort of compel the developers to maybe put this infrastructure in ahead of time in any development across the city?
Councillor Wright, certainly understand and have empathy for the situation in this area. And as we've noted, it's not unlike other areas where this is happening. Arterial roadway upgrades are developer driven, and we look at, traffic volumes that are happening in the area, both on in this area, but also on 17th Street, to be able to stage and phase the conditions associated with the subdivision applications. And so we work really closely with the area developers to do that in a way that makes sense. So I'll just look to Ms. Sizer if she's has anything more to add on that.
Thank you. I'll just add that we are working very closely with the developers. They are pursuing widening of 17th Street in support of the traffic volumes that are existing today and expected to continue to grow, and in support of a new high school that is developing in the area. And we will continue to work with them to advance the construction of 23rd Avenue as the lands adjacent to it begin to subdivide.
Okay, I guess my main concern on this is within the residential area of these developments. Is there anything that our policies can do that would have the developer commit to a certain timeline, not just at their own discretion?
Councillor Wright, we condition the requirements to do any roadway upgrades as part of a subdivision approval. Once the subdivision is approved, the developer submits engineering drawings and then signs a servicing agreement. It's at that time of signing the servicing agreement that there are timelines associated with construction and expectations around that. But until we have a signed agreement, it's more development driven in terms of the timing for any upgrades.
And I just want to be very clear, Councillor Wright, it is not at the developer's discretion about when these roadways go in. It really is a technical analysis that administration does based on the pace of development, and then we condition the developer in order to put the infrastructure in.
Okay, then I just have one other question in regards to the, what was it, a transportation infrastructure projection study. I do recall Mayor Sohi I think at the time that, I don't know if it was when he was a councillor or a bus driver, but talking about where it was at one time was the developer's responsibility, or not responsibility, but they took the initiative to maybe establish transit within these developing communities. Is there anything that can be done again to compel them or incite them or encourage them to establish a transit network?
Councillor, I think there was two parts to that question. There was a study and then a specific question about transit.
Yeah.
So there is a study underway to help forecast the remaining traffic growth due to the development in the area that will help us prioritize the remaining arterial upgrades that are required to support the full build out of this neighborhood.
And when would that study be back?
It's currently underway, so we expect it back before the end of the year.
Okay.
And then to your second part of that question for transit, there is currently transit service to the Maple area as well.
But I think because that section of Maple has not yet been completed, it's not, I guess, as robust of a transit service as it could be. And so I'm just wondering, like I said, Mayor Sohi had mentioned that at one time the developers had sort of included that as part of their development.
That's correct, Councillor Wright. We used to have a developer-funded transit service where the first 2 years the developer would pay for that service. That's no longer an option, and perhaps if there's somebody from operations or transit, they could speak specifically to the program, how that program no longer exists, and the service in Maple.
Councillor Wright, it's Gord Sebrick on the call. So Ms. McCabe alluded to the fact that the developer-funded transit is no longer a program that's in effect. And we basically work with the new developments in terms of generating ridership. So again, in this specific location, we could take it away and look at if there's some options for some adjustments based on some of the other changes we've made with the BNR, and potentially get back to you offline if you'd like in terms of that specific location.
Okay, that would be great. I mean, you know, the old saying, if you build it, they will come. And if we can encourage ridership, I guess, at the outset of the development, that would be great for the residents.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
My time is up. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few follow-up questions. You mentioned around when those roads would be widened and those would require servicing agreements. And I just want to double check because I think, you know, since this report has a section on citywide implications, hopefully you'll extend a little bit of latitude, Madam Chair. There's an example in the northwest of the city where we have already allowed for the development to occur. The communities of Starling and Trumpeter are essentially fully built out, and therefore we have no mechanism right now to require that road to be upgraded, which is already over capacity and an unsafe standard. So we can't fix that. I appreciate that. I'm not going to dwell on the past, but I want to make sure that if what you've just shared with Councillor Wright, is that now the standard in every neighborhood to ensure that we are not signing off on, you know, the final subdivision application before we have ensured this is built into place?
Councillor Knack, I'll start to answer that question and pass it to Ms. Sizer to follow up. But is that, you know, historically there were areas where we had the developer obligation and the city obligation were 2 lanes and 2 lanes for arterial roads. We have since changed the approach through our arterial roadway bylaw where 4 lanes are the responsibility of the developer. And so that's the case in Maple. And Ms. Sizer, would you add anything further to that?
Councillor, specifically to Big Lake, we are reviewing the network as part of the zonings as well. And we are looking for the developers to provide solutions for how better connectivity could be made prior to advancing zonings in that area.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know there's one still coming, so don't worry about that. That's on my list of flag. But I guess just more generally, so take, for example, Maple, which is the primary purpose of this report. We haven't essentially authorized all of the development already so that we are essentially, you know, we haven't tied our hands behind our back and being able to require that work to actually be done because we haven't given them permission to build everything yet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is the case for all new neighborhoods now going forward. We're going to watch carefully about when we authorize subdivision of land and development to ensure that we're not missing that ability to say, now it is time for you to do this next phase of work.
You're correct, Councillor.
Great. That's the main message. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I don't see any other speakers. I just had one quick related question. Just when we're looking at NSPs and new, and at the ASP level as well, are we taking a different approach at all in terms of approving development in areas with restricted access like this? Do we have any specific policies around access?
I would say, Councillor Stevenson, the policy that we have is the ARA bylaw, which is intended to get arterial roads built. And that program works really well in terms of the developers build the roadways and it's not on the city books, and there's a bunch of other things, a bunch of other benefits to the program. But it does come with some trade-offs, and I think this is one of the trade-offs that you're seeing. Sometimes the pace of development outpaces the roads that are being developed, and so we are, as Ms. Sizer has indicated, looking at when it's best to condition that, and we're working with the team and the industry to make sure that we get those roads conditioned at the pace at which development's happening.
If I could just add one further comment, we're always mindful around safe and emergency access. So in this case in Maple, there are emergency accesses available. So in addition to the main entrance to the neighborhood, there are other alternatives.
Great, thank you. I don't see any further questions, so I think that will, I believe we need to accept the report for information. If possibly Councillor Rutherford would like to move that we do so. Or I will move that we accept for information. And if there are no further questions, I'll call the vote.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the votes. Carried. Thank you. Thanks very much to administration. We're now moving on to items 6.7 and 6.8, which I believe are cross-referenced. And I understand there's a presentation for 6.8, but happy to have that presentation if administration is ready.
Thank you, committee. Ms. Ladouceur will provide the presentation. It actually does cover most of 6.8, but a little bit on 6.7 as well. So once that presentation is done, we'll step back virtually and allow the speakers to present. So Ms. Ladouceur.
Good morning. Thank you, Adam. So, next slide, please. The high-level bridge is scheduled for renewal beginning in 2023-2026 budget cycle. Administration has brought forward this information report to present the selected life cycle strategy for the high-level bridge rehabilitation. The report also outlines the options explored as well as next steps. The life cycle strategy selected optimizes the city's investment in the upcoming rehabilitation of the high-level bridge, while also advancing key policy objectives in the city plan. Over the next several slides, we will highlight the work completed to date and the work upcoming as we embark on the rehabilitation planning for this important bridge. For over 100 years, the high-level bridge has been a critical transportation link for Edmonton and has become iconic. Construction by the Canadian Pacific Railway Company started in 1910 and was completed in 1913. Upon completion, the bridge was the 4th largest in Canada and the only bridge to carry 4 modes of transportation: rail, streetcar, automobile, and pedestrians. Next slide. In general, every 25 to 30 years, bridges require major rehabilitation to extend their service life. The last major rehabilitation of the high-level bridge took place in 1995, and it included repairs to the concrete road deck, steel structure, and other components, as well as the application of a protective coating and a limited number of aesthetic enhancements, including things like lighting and handrail painting. An extensive condition assessment and an evaluation of the bridge's capacity to carry existing and potential future loads were completed in 2019 to 2020 to inform this upcoming rehabilitation. The bridge will require major rehabilitation starting in the next capital budget cycles from 23 to 26 to maintain structural integrity and safe operations. Next slide. Perfect. The high-level bridge is a key mobility corridor to date, and it plays an important part in the future mobility system outlined in the city plan. When examining life cycle options for the upcoming rehabilitation, strategic factors were an important consideration. Some of those considerations that factored into the evaluation of the life cycle approach are listed on the slide. A note on regional rail. The province of Alberta has a long-term vision of using the high-level bridge to run regional rail connecting Edmonton and Calgary. However, the current high-level bridge is unable to accommodate that load capacity required to accommodate this use. Regional rail was not further pursued because even with rehabilitation, the enhancements needed are cost prohibitive, carry significant construction risk, and have a high potential to detract from the heritage nature of the bridge. A range of approaches were evaluated to select the preferred rehabilitation strategy for the high-level bridge. The scenarios range from performing the minimum work to keep the bridge operational in the short term, to varying degrees of rehabilitation, to the full replacement of the high-level bridge. Of note, the city has identified the need for an additional or enhanced mass transit connection between downtown and south central Edmonton. Through the evaluation of scenarios, it was important to consider how to best support or to not preclude a future multimodal transportation crossing of the North Saskatchewan River. A detailed analysis was conducted taking into consideration multiple criteria, including cost, ability to accommodate a variety of transportation modes, feasibility, historical and environmental considerations, and other factors. Both capital and operating life cycle cost formed criteria within the financial aspect of the options evaluation process. Through the evaluation, the preferred option was determined to be the rehabilitation of the high-level bridge, incorporating strategic consideration for active modes. And so scenario B2, the rehabilitation strategy selected for the upcoming bridge work, optimizes the value of the rehabilitation on the high-level bridge by also advancing improvements to the bridge that align with key policy direction, including enhancements to active transportation. This scenario specifically considers rehabilitation combined with active mode enhancements on the upper deck, which aligns with the city plan and the vision for the high-level line between downtown Edmonton and the Strathcona neighborhood. The rehabilitation works combined with active mode enhancements on the upper deck would keep the bridge operational for up to 25 years until the next rehabilitation is required, while also providing immediate improvements to active mode's connection between downtown and White Avenue. Administration is now commencing the planning stage for the rehabilitation based on this scenario. And so the next step for the upcoming rehabilitation is the commitments of planning, which will include public engagement, clarifying assumptions, reviewing opportunities and risks, and identifying capital and operational costs associated with the rehab. This work will define not only the condition-based renewal requirements, but also the base level enhancements for active uses, with the consideration of the vision for the high-level line, and other factors such as noise, condition for active mode users, vandalism, and suicide prevention. A robust engagement plan will be developed to support this work. And while the rehabilitation will include the base requirements to enhance active modes, making the bridge accessible and useful for active mode users, the rehabilitation planning will be completed with the understanding that further enhancements could be added. The project will be included in the 23-26 capital budget deliberation for council consideration. Finally, the second report in front of committee today related to the high-level bridge is the capital project profile for bridge rehabilitation, describes financial strategies available for third party to support public realm enhancement for capital projects, such as the high-level bridge rehabilitation. This report was requested by the Urban Planning Committee following a discussion on the request for support from the city by the High-Level Line Society. Administration has been working with the society to define their role in the upcoming planning of the high-level bridge renewal. It is envisioned that the society will play a key role in supporting the development of the vision for active mode enhancements associated with the upcoming rehab. The insights gathered by the society and through the implementation of a robust engagement process during the next stages of planning will directly inform the next steps in the rehab of the high-level bridge. The Society is not anticipating fundraising or contributing for the capital rehabilitation or enhancement work plan on the high-level bridge. They are focused on developing the vision for the entirety of the corridor between downtown Edmonton and the Strathcona neighborhood. On that, we will let the speakers speak to council. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Ladouceur, for the presentation. And yes, I see we have two speakers, Mr. Dieterman and Mr. James. Are you both online this morning?
Yes, Mr. Dieterman is here.
Great.
Mr. James is here to answer questions. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Very briefly, if you weren't here before, so you have 5 minutes to speak. You'll speak one after the other. Then we'll move to questions from councillors. Just a reminder, you may wish to have a timer of your own set, but the screen will show a countdown as well. If you have any technical issues, you can contact City Clerk at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. And yeah, please proceed. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Dieterman.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate being here today. We have a brief presentation that I'll go through very quickly. If you could go to the next slide, please. The High Level Line Society is founded on our goal to see this vision come to life. And we have established a vision to see this 4-kilometer long linear thread that connects Edmonton's two cultural cores come to be. The mission of the project is to, through innovative urban design and collaboration with stakeholders and continued advocacy to see this project come to life. It's founded on 3 core values. First is connection, so getting between the two cultural cores, getting from A to B in multiple modes of travel, active modes or using the existing streetcar service. It's also about experience, creating unique experiences along the way so you have the ability to stop and take in what's happening in these really diverse neighborhoods and areas. And then lastly, it's about activation. How can we create activity and moments happening in these spaces that make them extra special and really enhance those experiences. Next slide, please. In 2020, we received this letter of support from the Deputy City Manager. That was after we came to the Urban Planning Committee, expressing support in principle for the High Level Line and showing some appreciation for the effort that the Society put forward in bringing this vision to the city. So this goes to show that through previous council and administration, and we did have support in principle of the project and urging us to continue moving it forward. Next slide, please. So we've developed a project process slide to show here. The first phase is what's been completed already. That's imagining the vision. Where we are now is in phase 2, where we're looking to engage and refine. So we are hoping to develop a robust engagement process to continue to confirm the design principles and the vision of the High Level Line Society. And that will hopefully move into a more traditional project delivery process of completing design in phase 3, securing funding in phase 4, and then seeing it implemented and operational in the final phase. You'll notice at the bottom of the slide, a couple of arrows showing a COE coordination working table and COE capital project. We'll discuss that in a little bit of more detail in the next slides. So next slide, please. The High Level Bridge Renewal project, we're so grateful to be involved in this project and be considered a key stakeholder. We're very appreciative of our work so far with administration, and we are certainly in strong support of option B2 that's been brought forward. So we're very happy to, as I said, to continue to work with administration on this project and see the vision come to life. Next slide, please. The funding strategies, however, we can't support. Being a small grassroots not-for-profit, we can neither feasibly borrow money to pay back or deliver money upfront to pay for capital improvements. What is interesting, however, was a charitable status to facilitate fundraising, and the notion that that's not possible because the high-level line isn't a capital project. And that raises the question for us of, could the high-level line become a capital project in future, and what would it take to make that happen? Next slide, please. We are coming today with an ask from the city. It's not a financial ask, but we're looking to continue our collaboration with administration on the entirety of the high-level line, not just the high-level bridge section. And doing that through a formalized working table co-chaired by the society and the city with membership from various city departments. To date, we've identified IIS, obviously as the infrastructure delivery and planning folks, urban planning and the economy, and then communications and engagement, so that all the work is kind of founded in a robust engagement strategy. So we're getting the input of stakeholders and Edmontonians. We would also appreciate an updated letter of support from administration that we can use for future funding applications. What we're finding to date is that we're having a bit of trouble securing funding because our project isn't quite real enough. People, I think, are hesitant to provide money to a big idea without knowing that that money is going to go to actual implementation or see results of that.
Thank you.
Explanation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dieterman, for your presentation and for the work that you've done. I'll now go to Mr. James. You have 5 minutes.
I appreciate the time. I signed up as to respond to questions, not to present, but happy to field any questions.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
That's great. Thank you. Excellent. Well, I will wait for our speakers list to populate with any of my colleagues who may have questions of the work that you've done. It's certainly something I've followed for many years and am a big fan of. So thank you again both for your work and for being here today. I'm actually not seeing any questions. I think that's
Madam Chair, I'm trying to log in. I'm kind of blanked and describe it's Jans.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. And may I ask questions of the high-level line group at this time, or just administration?
Of the high-level group, please. High-level line group.
Yeah. So I'm a huge fan of the concept. I think it could be absolutely the icing on the cake going forward on the high-level bridge renewal. Just wondering what and sorry, as a new councillor who was just elected in October, I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little more on the journey to date. I believe there was a previous funding ask. Could you help us understand a little bit of the journey to date and any sort of the anticipated barriers going forward? I mean, it seems peculiar to me that we aren't fundraising for like the 101st Street Bridge. We aren't fundraising for other bridges, but yet to ask the high-level line to do this, like, is there a piece here I'm missing?
Sure, I'll jump in and then ask Mr. James to provide any additional input. What's happened to date was obviously the release of the vision, a real groundswell of support from the public and from previous council. The two councillors directly representing the wards that the project went through and the mayor were big supporters, and that really encouraged us to continue work on the project. So we established a not-for-profit society, did some more engagement and activation activities, and then ultimately came to the city with an initial funding request to complete some design and engagement work. Our intention wasn't to fund any infrastructure with that funding request, but to first was to be able to get some paid staff to help continue to deliver the project. And that included the completion of some design work, like a high-level concept that went beyond the visioning kind of graphics that we started with. And then as well to do some engagement work alongside that to just to advance the design to make the vision a little bit more real and tangible.
So if we were to say, you know what, council so believes in the high level line, we're going to take this out of your hand. We're going to just green light the project, put it on top in with the bridge renewal. We're going to make it happen, and we'll continue to work with you as partners, but just fund it completely through the city and move forward from there. Would that be would that be acceptable to the society?
If it made the project real and it made it happen, I would say yes. You know, under the assumption that we would continue to be involved as stewards and stakeholders in keeping alignment with the overall vision of the project.
And yeah, maybe I'll ask these questions to administration next, but like, I understand if it's a local neighborhood amenity where the local neighborhood community league is, say, building a spray park and they're fundraising for the spray park and it's a local neighborhood asset, but this is a citywide attraction and a citywide project that really is owned by all of us. So am I, in your opinion, am I missing something here? Is this like, why are we like, it's not like it's the Valley Zoo or the Royal Alberta Museum or a third party entity that needs to do a project for their own reasons and admissions. Like this is public infrastructure and a public asset. Am I missing something?
Go ahead, David.
I don't believe you're missing anything, Councillor Jens. I think that you have a good pulse on the project. One of the pieces that Kevin wasn't able to highlight in our previous experience with the City of Edmonton is that we did previously have a funding ask of roughly $500,000, and that was actually to take the project to a more detailed level of design study. We then reduced that ask from $500,000 down to $85,000, and that was simply so that we could have some operational capacity to help push the project forward from a 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. kind of schedule, since the majority of the volunteers in our society are kind of evening, after hours, and weekends. So that's a little bit of more of back history for yourself, Councillor Jens, just in case you didn't know that. But I think that you're right on the target with respect to that this project could move forward if it was deemed a capital project.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll ask admin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any other questions of our speakers, but that speaks to the thoroughness of your presentation. So thank you very much again for joining us today. And I'll now move to questions of administration, if my colleagues would like to sign in for that. Councillor Rutherford.
I'd like to move that we go into private, subject to, I think, the legal advice section. I have to look at it. Subject to 25 and 27 of the Freedom of Information Protection Act.
Great. So you have questions around the financial business implications?
The legal implications of the options, and I think, yeah, I just think that if others have public questions, we can do that first. So if Councillor Jans wants to go before me, but I would like to move into private for my questions.
Yeah, if that's in order, I'm more than happy to call that vote. So please vote to move into private.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I'll just call a quick 2-minute
So we are back online.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'll go to our first, well, I guess second, Councillor Jans. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm interested to administration, building off the responses. It seems we're all committed to a beautiful.
Councillor Jans, I apologize. I think we just need a few minutes to get set up
no
here in
worries.
chambers. My apologies.
Thanks.
Great. Please go ahead.
We seem to all be committed to, I'll call it the concept, the vision of a active transportation, visual, panoramic, beautiful corridor atop the high level bridge, including integration of the rail path. What do we need to do to get there?
So the purpose of report 6.8, Councillor Jans, is to let council know that that's essentially what we're doing. The direction that we're taking as administration is to rehabilitate high level bridge, and as part of that incorporate the active transportation components on top of the high level bridge. And the High Level Line Society has been a ongoing and will continue to be a stakeholder as we refine the design.
So we'll be able to walk across the bridge, wheel across the bridge. We'll get all of the. We'll accomplish the vision. It sounds like we're committed to that.
Correct.
We just have to find the funding package.
So, as part of 23 to 26, like other four-year capital budgets, there would be a renewal component that we would strongly recommend being allocated to this project. Anything over and above that renewal component would be what we call a growth discussion as part of the 23 to 26 budget.
Okay, I guess when we do something like the Walterdale Bridge, we have sidewalk and pathway on the side of it. Obviously, it didn't make sense to put it on top of it. But in the high level bridge case, why are active transportation, like why are not these just not kind of as built-in standard pieces? I'm wondering why like anything atop the bridge would be considered bonus when really I see it as a critical transportation infrastructure as well.
So part of the reason for that is that there's existing active transportation components on the high level bridge today. This would be in addition to, and Pascal could probably provide more specifics in terms of differentiation between above and on the current structure.
Thanks, Adam. And yeah, just to add to your question, Councillor Jans, so we will be looking at widening the east deck sidewalk to make it more accessible and ensure that it is a more standard shared use path. And then the addition to the above on the upper deck shared use path there does represent a significant enhancement to the structure. And so from that consideration, it is not based in the renewal that ensures that we continue to use the asset as it is, but really is an enhancement that would allow us to access the upper deck and create a new use for that upper deck that goes beyond the streetcar.
Okay, yeah, I as you can tell, I'm very excited about this concept and this project. I think it'd be a huge win, and I would push back just a little bit just to say, well, I'm not push back. I'm glad that we're widening the east sidewalk, but the traffic on the high level bridge for pedestrians, for bikes, we need to expand, and you know, it's constantly I'm zipping across the bridge and seeing people posing for photos and everything else, and it's so well used. I do think the top of deck would be critical. That would be my interpretation. But I thank admin for their presentation, and I'll probably follow up with some further questions at another time. Thank you.
To be clear, administration does as well. All we're flagging is that from a budget perspective, how we allocate funding, there are components that are allocated from renewal, and there are components that would require a growth budget decision from council.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think next we'll have Councillor Knack from the committee to speak on, ask your question.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Great to hear about that work, and it sounds like we're all on the same page of that. The only growth piece that I'm missing, and I know scenario C, the C's essentially talked about, but I think particularly C2 talk about that sort of future LRT. And one question I'm wondering about, and I appreciate there's probably very similar constraints, but we started talking more about things like bus rapid transit. And I'm a little worried that if we don't plan for something here, then we are 25 or 50 years away from ever addressing what is currently, I think, a gap. Buses have to share the existing lanes. We don't have many other bridges being planned to be built. So I just wanted to get a better sense of what if we were looking to add capacity to do that? How does that change the conversation? Because I didn't see that sort of reflected in this scenario.
Go ahead, Pascal.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Councillor Knack, we absolutely looked at the consideration for the mass transit and the mass transit study, the city plan, were all considered as part of the study. Now, based on the mass transit implementation, we are looking at the need for that mass transit corridor to be in 25 years. And so by doing the rehabilitation at this point in time, we are preserving the option to consider mass transit needs in that 25-year timeline that would require either a significant enhancement to the high-level bridge or most likely a different structure that could support that need.
And so and I guess that's the question, is I'm trying to get a sense of what kind of cost that looks at. It just sort of feels like, and I know we're, in a way it feels like we're very rigid about the 1.25 million, 1.5, 1.75 and 2. And I worry we've become a little too rigid of that thinking. And if we're going to be doing this work, like, isn't this the perfect time to address what is truly the first, this is the biggest gap, because if you don't do this, everything south of the river for the next 25 or 50 years doesn't really matter as much, because you've still got that bottleneck in this location. So I guess for me, just to dig in a little bit more, do we know, or can we get as part of our budget deliberations, what kind of cost that would actually be to add in a bus rapid transit lane?
So Adam, you want to go ahead?
No, you go ahead.
I'll just get Mrs. Urko to come to speak on the actual feasibility, but the understanding is that we have limited feasibility when it comes to mass transit on the high-level bridge, which is one of the reasons that most of the rehabilitation scenarios do not include mass transit. But I'll let Mrs. Urko to expand on that.
And then again, actually, to be very clear, I'm not worried about LRT as mass transit. I'm very much specifically talking about buses, which we already run. So that's the frame of the question. I'm happy to set aside LRT. That is off my list.
Thanks for the opportunity to chime in on this. So when we were doing the initial evaluation of this, we did look at mass transit without consideration for the specific type of use. So we were, to a degree, using LRT as a bit of the worst case scenario. But it was meant to be a bit more broad than that. So not just LRT being considered across the high level bridge, which is just not viable. That being said, transit is still viable across the high level bridge, just not to a greater degree than what we've been carrying today. So dedicating a lane to transit on the high level bridge is something that we could explore through the initial stages of the visioning of the project. But right now, just based on the needs of today and for the foreseeable future, we had felt that mass transit on the high level bridge was not needed, and that we should be focusing our efforts on mass transit on some of the higher priority routes, such as 97th Street, for example. Mr. Gadadasu, I believe, is also online, and he may have some further technical information that he might be able to chime in with. Satya, are you there?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. Councillor, we did explore to use the existing road deck as part of the mass transit requirement. However, the road deck width is substandard to carry an exclusive transit lane and a vehicular lane. That's why we had to put a pause on that option because we cannot explore on the road deck. However, the top deck can still be explored. We did look into technology-free mass transit as part of the top deck expansion or enhancements, but the need for that is not there based on the current mass transit study. That's why we did not explore in understanding the actual cost of putting mass transit or BRT on the top deck.
Great.
Another time I might have some more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Rice next. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to start and then to go back focus on these two items specifically for the high level bridge rehabilitation. I do want to say we need to focus on that. That is so important. It's a major bridge and link Cross River and for our city, and look at the usage of this bridge and look at the history and the maintenance and for the long-term goal, and that whichever the option come up, that is so critical and for our city. So we need to focus on that. So my question is about, do we have the data, actually specifically data to demonstrate what's the usage for this high-level bridge and for the active transportation? And because we already, it's my understanding, we already have existing construction in place, and for the active transportation, I used that bridge lot. And is there any data to demonstrate that we need additional active transportation and then on the top of the high level bridge?
So I'll start. So functionally, the bridge provides for both for all auto transit and pedestrian and active transportation. In the opportunity to complete as you said, the required renewal of the structure, there is an opportunity to provide better active transportation opportunities, and we would take advantage of that, not only from what we would see as a benefit to Edmontonians, but on the basis of the work with the stakeholder that we mentioned previously.
So right now on Cross River, and we do have the existing and active transportation bridge, right?
Correct. There's constrained, I would say, shared use paths just based on the width that's provided.
So the way is provided, and from construction perspective, is that bridge is enough for all purpose of active transportation?
From a base perspective, yes, but as I say, constrained. And I think if your question is related to the use or the frequency of use, I would just ask the team if they have that information related to vehicle transit and active transportation statistics.
Natalie or Satya, do we have that?
I don't have those statistics on hand. Satya, do you happen to have them handy today?
We have the usage of the bridge from vehicle and pedestrian and cyclist perspective. There are roughly 26,000 vehicles used on any given day. But when it comes to pedestrian and cyclists, it varies from 1,000 to 8,500 because during the peak season, the bridge is heavily used by cyclists and pedestrians as well as tourists. It's a big attraction for Edmonton.
Okay. Thank you for that. And for me to ask this question, I do want to get focus back to our priority for the budgeting purpose, and then our budgeting and from capital, like a majority capital focus perspective, this bridge maintenance and renewal process, I think that is something we do need to focus on to do it. And then for the enhancement with the existing constructor already there, and then I think that could be on the different way to look at and how we can balance our budget priorities and to enhance the quality of our Edmontonians' life. I just want to say if we don't have enough evidence or data to demonstrate the usage, the purpose, and what's the point for the investment or for the effort, the work to do. And I just want to get that information, get that sense first, and for us to make informed decision.
So as this project progresses, we can make sure that we highlight that as we approach the capital budget.
Oh, thank you so much. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So I just want to perhaps, if we can, disaggregate this a little more. We have, I think the recommended option includes rehabilitation of the bridge and at least some amount of work in support of using the second deck. And that augmentation of the bridge to allow the upper deck to be used would be a growth portion of the project. Do you have estimates, discrete estimates on what is the renewal portion and what is the growth portion in terms of cost? And I know they're preliminary estimates, but.
So at this point in time, I would suggest that we don't, Councillor Cartmel, because it's very early in the process. I know the team probably does, but I would caution that we aren't far enough along yet to identify that. But what I would say is that it's a fraction, a small component related to what the overall cost would be for the project based on the need for rehabilitation and the extensive rehabilitation.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Lockman, I got to press you a little bit, because if that fraction is 35%, that's one question. If that fraction is 5%, that's another consideration.
I would anticipate that it's but not 35%, far from that, and I would suspect that it's in the 5 to 10% range. And again, I say that, Councillor Cartmel, because we're kind of like in between checkpoint 1 and checkpoint 2 in terms of design.
Yeah, okay. So fair enough, Adam. So I want to say very publicly, I'm not pinning you down to a number, but let's say order of magnitude, it's kind of between 5 and 10% premium. Is there economy of scale baked in that? So for instance, if we approve the remediation of the bridge, but delay the capital profile that would augment the upper deck of the bridge, do we lose economy of scale?
For sure.
Significantly.
I would say yes, because you've got, the other challenging part of this is there's going to have to be a bridge closure in order to do this rehabilitation, and so you'd miss a tremendous opportunity to complete those improvements if you've got an active bridge.
We're going to have to shroud it like we did last time, for instance, because we're working over the water,
yes,
or something like that,
yes,
right? So if we want to come back and do this later, then there's a very significant mobilization cost to coming back and doing a second project. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and a premium on the basis of working on a bridge that's closed versus a bridge that's active with pedestrians and vehicles below you.
Is the widening of the east sidewalk considered part of the renewal?
Pascal?
So right now, all of the scope is considered part of the renewal. What we will be doing in the next phases is really determining how it could be funded, which is really what Mr. Laughlin kind of hinted to. It's a question of funding the different pieces from the different envelopes that we have, but we are looking at the widening of the east sidewalk as part of the project, and we will be documenting in the next phases how the funding allocation would be. And I do want to flag that all of our renewal projects generally include growth aspects, and that is why our renewal programs are funded 90% from renewal and 10% from growth. And so the real question for the high-level bridge will be about what proportion of growth are we looking to invest to reach our strategic objectives related to the enhancements, and that will certainly be something that we will be able to inform council on as we progress through the design phases.
Well, I would suggest, well, speaking only for myself, I need to know what those proportions are before I approve either one.
Which we'll provide as part of budget.
Yeah, okay. So this is really an information update, and we approve all of the discrete parts or a totality of all the parts in one when we get to the budget.
That's correct. The reason we wanted to bring this report is we believe we're on the right path. We're not necessarily asking for approval, but if there's a significant opposition to the path that we currently have, and the link to the other report that we've talked about as well, that we would want that direction. But it's really a check-in, if I could call it that, Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we go to the second round, I'll just jump in with a couple of questions. So just to be crystal clear, what we will be seeing next is a proposal for the enhancements to the upper deck and the rehabilitation with some information around that difference between the renewal and the growth piece. But you don't need any further direction from council to do that work.
No, it was only if we significantly missed the mark.
Sounds good. And just for clarity as well, when we talk about the entire high-level line project, that would not be in scope. You're looking particularly at the footprint of the bridge component of that broader project?
That's correct.
Great. So the High Level Line Society has two asks for a new letter of support from the city to help with their fundraising efforts, and also to establish a formal working group with the city. Is administration, does that work for administration? Do you require direction from council in order to do that?
I don't think we require direction from council for that. And Pascal can speak to the current relationship that we have, the letter of support we can provide. Where we would need any sort of direction from council is if we're talking about any financial contributions to the group.
Great, which from what I understand is not currently requested.
Pascal, do you want to confirm?
In the latest ask that was presented by Mr. Dieberman, our understanding is that there is not a financial ask. There is an ask to support the working table, which would require resources from the city.
Sorry, I think so. So does council need to provide direction around providing those resources for the working table?
That's a good question, and I apologize, Councillor Stevenson, but we haven't explored that with the high level line society. We don't exactly know what the working table looks like, what amount of resources that would be required. So I would suggest we need to take that back before we can inform if a motion is required or any kind of action from council.
Okay, that sounds great, but it sounds like you are going to take those steps. You are going to work with that group and respond to those two immediate asks. Fantastic.
So just to close that, if we don't see a need, you won't hear from us again. If there is something that comes from those discussions that we feel is over and above what we currently have programmed related to the work that's underway, we will be coming back or figuring that out.
Perfect. So if you need something from us, we will hear from you. Perfect. Just wondering again, as we looked at some of the different options and scenarios, and I appreciated how thorough they were, did we contemplate scenarios where there may not be vehicular traffic, where we would dedicate, so again, I see the buses crossing the high level, they have to go in the center lane, there can't be two lanes of traffic while a bus is traveling, but did we consider a future where that is potentially a case where the high level is used exclusively for mass transit?
Pascal or Natalie?
Sorry, absolutely. We've explored a wide range of array of options for the bridge and the future of this crossing. That did include looking at repurposing the high level bridge for active mode uses as well as for mass transit or other types of uses. So we have explored that, and we do see a future where there is the potential that we build an alternate crossing adjacent to the high level bridge and repurpose the high level bridge for active uses.
Well, and I guess I'm going even further than that in terms of thinking about, so when I think about the construction phase, that the bridge will be closed for a couple of years, I'm wondering if that provides an opportunity to test out different traffic routing options. So, for example, would that potentially consider two-way traffic on the Walterdale Bridge? Again, just thinking if our goal is that our vehicular traffic is decreasing over time, again, just what that could look like without having to build any additional road capacity. Can we reuse our existing road capacity in a different way?
And that will form some of the next steps in the planning and design process for the high-level bridge. We are looking at alternate routes for detouring of traffic during the construction duration. And as you mentioned, looking at two-way traffic on Walterdale Bridge is one of those options that we will be exploring. There are geometric challenges with some of the options that we'll be looking at, including the steep grades and challenges for transit to be able to navigate that type of configuration, but we will be working through that over the next couple of years.
Great, that's very exciting. And then I'll have to come around for another round, but also just wondering what the implications of having increased streetcar traffic. So if the city assumed that, if we just, again, not a new LRT, but just a higher level of frequency of the streetcar service.
Satya, are you able to chime in on that one? If we've looked at increased streetcar traffic on the bridge, I believe we have had some conversations with the Radio Rail Society.
Yes, thank you. The challenge with the existing streetcar, which run by voluntary group called the Edmonton Radial Rail Society, they run only between May and October. They don't run full year. They're strictly for tourist and recreational activities, not an active transit connection today. We haven't talked to them on the idea of running it as a transit connection up to date.
Okay, I'll follow up a bit on that, but I've abused my position of chair, so I'll go for a second round over to Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have one question. In attachment 2 for option B2, the recommended option, it talks about minor impacts to heritage and may require amendments to the designation bylaw, and I just wanted administration to speak to that a little bit, because I know this is a really important historical landmark for City of Edmonton residents.
So absolutely, Councillor Rutherford, like all our efforts will be made to preserve the historical elements, part of the designation bylaw. I'll let maybe Satya speak to a little bit of the details related to some of the challenges that we're facing.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The historic designations clearly identifies that we have an opportunity to do enhancements, but we need to make a clear, distinguished difference between what's part of the actual bridge, which was built in 1913, versus the other elements added over the period of the rehabilitation to meet the needs of the city. That's the main requirement from the historic designation.
Okay, so what do we foresee as sort of changes to that bylaw?
So maybe we can speculate a little bit, Councillor, but things like we will have to be adding safety railing on the upper deck, for example. And so that will be an addition that isn't part of the current bridge, and that we will need to consider, as Satya was mentioning, how we distinguish that from the historical elements, but also marry it to the bridge structure. And so those are the things that will be considered in the coming years.
Okay, that's helpful. That was my only question, just to speak to it briefly. I think these reports have both been very comprehensive and informative, and I absolutely think that B2 is the prudent and reasonable approach. So I completely support administration moving forward with that option and look forward to discussing this further. But I think we all can absolutely agree that this is an essential connector road for our city to connect the north-south, and I appreciate all the work that's being done.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I just have very quick process question, and that I really appreciate the reports that provide very comprehensive information, and appreciate the great work have been done. And specifically by reading reports, there are some like options, like different approach and the different strategies, different scenarios provided in the reports. So my question is about today we just received this as information, but without any specific financial budgets attached and planning or attached. Because I need to vote, I just want to make clear what I'm voting on for that. And so then for the further detailed information and with the financial strategy based on what we're going moving forward, we'll provide it back to the council later, right?
That's correct, as part of the budget process.
Yes. So today we just for this information, and so I really appreciate that. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack?
Thank you very much. So just to close the loop on the idea of, say, if you were going to add a bus rapid transit piece, that essentially would require widening of the bridge, which then becomes and maybe that's not even technically feasible. You'd actually have to go all the way to reconstructing. Is that the case? We don't even sort of have that level of detail?
Short answer is yes.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we can make an assumption that it would be a pretty sizable change. Again, even if you were just adding a lane, there would be a lot of structural changes, additional work that would have to go through how you support that going across the river.
Correct. BRT in current configuration would be only transit on the high-level bridge from our investigation. And although we can continue to look at that, we don't, from a network perspective, don't see that as an option.
Okay. No, I understand. That's helpful. The last question, appreciating you talked about some of the heritage pieces. When the rehabilitation is done, a number of years ago, we added in some barriers, which of course greatly narrowed some of the active transportation options. So as part of the rehabilitation, would that include a sort of replacement of that part to help sort of open back up that capacity on the main level, even while we do some work above?
Before others respond, it constrained, I would argue it didn't greatly constrain. We talked about a couple of inches on one side and 4 inches on the other side. So just...
Yeah, I know. I understand. It's tight when you bike across. Let's put it that way.
It was tight before too. So
so all of which to be said is are we able to re-add that space if we're going to be doing this rehabilitation work and ensure we still have the safety?
One of the things that I'd like to highlight for the rehab is that we're looking at this as a system. So because we are looking at both rehabilitation of the upper and lower deck and enhancements to the upper deck, we'll be looking at how all of the connections work together as a system. So there may be the ability to transfer active modes, particularly bikes, to the upper deck and maintain the space on the main deck for pedestrians and other type of uses. And so there may not be a need to adjust any of the barriers at this stage. So we have a lot of work to do over the coming months and years to define how this all works together and what the best spaces are for each of those different types of users.
That's fair. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were thinking about that, and it sounds like we'll put some thought into that as we go into the next step. So that's helpful. I just wouldn't want to have it sit in place for 25 years if we could fix that particular piece. So thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I'll just finish up with a few very quick questions. So just on that idea of the streetcar running more frequently, I ask only just to ensure that the upgrade works. If there were some structural components to enable that, would that be incorporated as part of this work?
I'll maybe start. I think the structural or the renewal is done in a way where we're sort of hitting the most that we can get out of the bridge from a structural perspective without going deeper. So if there is a permanent streetcar type of operation, it would be based on the limitations of what we're doing as part of the rehabilitation. Any further would be getting into some of those other options where it becomes cost prohibitive.
Sorry, when you say any further, like an actual light, like an actual LRT, something like that? do you
Correct.
mean? Okay, perfect. But the frequency doesn't affect the structural, it's just the overall.
I'll just ask our team to confirm, but I think it's a dead load kind of issue.
Perfect. No, that's great. No, I can follow up for a bit more detail, but that's just fine. Just with the C options, I just wanted to understand how regional rail played into it. So recognizing regional rail wouldn't fit on the current bridge. The reconstructed bridge options, did that include accommodation of regional rail?
Go ahead, Pascal.
So all of the considerations in scenarios C are very high level, and so the flexibility around them is much greater because we're talking about a new structure. And so in all cases, moving forward, if that was a path for the city to go down on, we could include as many modes of transportation as we need to. Mm-hmm. And so there is a lot of flexibility with scenarios C that would allow to include regional rail, mass transit, and anything else that's required.
Yeah, I guess I'm still, I think B2 is the right approach. I guess I'm just wondering if B2 plus potentially a new bridge for regional and LRT is still the recommendation if we consider that need.
It would be on the basis of the time that would be required.
Perfect. Thank you. That's excellent. So I did just want to, on behalf of Mayor Sohi, just put a motion forward, just that administration provide a memo that outlines opportunities to include the proposed nodes and stretches of the high-level line concept outside of the bridge footprint. And if those could be, that concept could be incorporated into open space or neighborhood renewal planning for the next budget cycle. Happy if administration has any questions on that. I don't know if that was shared with you ahead of time, but I believe it's just to maintain the momentum of the great work that the high-level line team is doing outside of the bridge renewal footprint, and just ways that we could potentially support that with information through a memo.
We can do that from a neighborhood renewal perspective. I don't believe there's anything planned within the vicinity of high-level society. I'm stand to be corrected, but we can provide a memo that provides that clarity.
Great, and I'm sure we would be open to hearing of any other options as well about how to advance that work potentially. Great. Any questions from my colleagues on that? Then I will move to a vote on that, please.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. Carried. Thank you. Do we need to do a receive for information as well, or is the item now closed?
As we dealt with 6.7 and 6.8 together, if you'd like to move receipt of information of those both to close the loop, but it's up to committee.
Great. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to move?
Yeah, I'll move receipt of information of 6.7 and 6.8.
Thank you. Barring any questions, I'll call the vote.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Just very quickly, recognizing we're a few minutes from noon, I just want to check in, Councillor Cartmel, on item 610. Do you anticipate that taking a bit of time?
No, not too long. I think it's a fairly straightforward question, and it's really if whether committee wants to debate it or push it to council for to ask the question. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Sorry, Councillor Carmel. I'm just looking to our clerk's team if we extended orders.
I requisition 610 to council.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Does someone else?
Oh, sorry, that just moves a conversation to council. I think we can have the conversation here in a few minutes. I don't know if requisitioning it
okay,
is,
I misunderstood what you were saying. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So would it be all right if we extended orders by 10 minutes? Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. So I'll move that we extend orders to 10 after 12.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. Carried. Over to you, Councillor Cartmel.
Madam Chair, I'm not a member of the committee, so I can't really do anything process-wise.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Knack.
I'm just going to move a motion on behalf of Councillor Cartmel, and I'll move that Executive Committee recommend to City Council that the alignment of the dedicated transit lane from 53rd Avenue to 40th Avenue, forming part of Phase 2 of the Twilliger Drive project, be revised to the alternate alignment described in Attachment 1 of the Integrated Infrastructure Services Report.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel, I'll go to you next.
Thank you. I guess just very briefly in the form of a question then to administration, this lane will be is considered part of Phase 2 of the overall project. Yes?
Correct.
We did pick an alignment of the dedicated transit lane that would see transit vehicles, buses be able to travel on their own dedicated lane, essentially along the combined White Mud Twilliger alignment from 53rd Avenue South all the way ultimately to Windermere Boulevard on a dedicated lane. This dedicated lane is part of that streamlining of transit services. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And the alignment that was picked for this lane from transitioning from alongside the White Mud to alongside the Twilliger was essentially the most economical lane in terms of construction costs, vehicle speeds, slopes of ramps, that kind of a thing.
Economical and from a geometry's perspective, from a rideability perspective.
Most functional from a rideability perspective. So if we move to, and the one consequence of that is that this green space that is there is reduced, more or less split in half. Is that a reasonable characterization?
The impact is less than an hectare, so it's more a third than a half.
More than, okay, fair enough. Now, we're talking about a roadway alignment. This is not a park. This is not green space. This is not a field. This is sort of accidental green space. And am I right in saying that back in 2010, when we considered a systems interchange for this intersection of the two roads, all of this space would likely have been consumed with roadways, ramps, bridges, that kind of a thing, just in very broad general terms. Yeah.
Yes.
So we have an accidental park that a number, and perhaps a relatively small number of people are using because it is there, because it's accessible, and because it's relatively secluded, I guess you could say.
Created green space based on future interchange plans that now that we're moving in a different direction from an expressway perspective, it will remain from a green space perspective.
Yeah, we don't need it for roads, and we don't ever intend to come back to this particular space and build any more road. This is it, at least for the southbound side of that alignment.
Correct.
Is our assumption. Yeah. Correct. If we go to the new alignment, we preserve more of the green space. That's a longer road. It adds some cost to the project. Do we lose functionality? Do we lose rideability? Do we lose travel speeds of the vehicles? Do we lose functionality if we go to the new alignment?
A bit, and Pascal can speak to that.
We consider that we do, in the sense that the curve would be the curve would be tighter and the grades would be steeper. And so it would impact the rideability and the operations of our transit system. Yes.
Essentially the comfort of the riders. Would it substantially increase the travel time along the lane? Like, would you notice it when you're traveling from stop to stop necessarily in terms of a travel time?
We don't anticipate that it would impact the travel time, but it would impact fuel consumption, wear on buses, and the rider comfort all as well.
And those are essentially our trade-offs. Do we preserve more green space at greater cost and, you know, modestly reduced functionality of the lane and of the buses on it? And is that worth doing? And that's the value proposition that's before us. Fair to say?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll speak to the motion once others have had, very quickly speak to the motion once others have asked questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. I have a few questions. Just want to get a sense about this project. What's the connection between this project and the current construction underway? And because in that area, there is a current construction, I think starting 1.5 years ago, and then right now still underway. And then what's the connection, what's the linkage between there?
Current construction is phase 1, A and B, which is south of the interchange. This is part of phase 2, which is the interchange, the bus connections to phase 1, and improvements along White Mud.
So for me to ask this question, and I understand the long-term benefit for the vertical drive for this construction. And so just how we can address the concern from the citizens regarding the construction is keep going on in certain area, and what's that impact we can minimize them and to reduce inconvenience and for the residents in that surrounding area.
So that's active work that's happening as part of phase 1 and will continue to be continue to evolve as part of phase 2 in terms of construction sequencing and making sure residents are aware of the construction that's planned.
So what is the project schedule, the completion dates for this project?
Go ahead, Pascal or...
Councillor Rice, you're asking the completion date for the entire program?
No, for specifically for the for Tavares Drive and for this, like including phase 1 and phase 2.
Okay, Natalie or Jason, I don't know if you want to answer that question.
It is Mr. Oh, there he
Sorry, so phase 1 is expected to be, phase 1A is expected to be complete this year in 2022. Phase 1B, which is the section south of Rabbit Hill Road, is just starting up this year, and that'll take into this year as well as next year, if there's any kind of carryover and seasonal work related to that. Phase 2 is expected to start either, if we have the benefit of time and if there's not a lot of design rework, could start as early as later this fall, but it's very likely that it would happen starting in 2023. As to the completion date, we don't have that completely confirmed yet. We're still working with our construction advisor on that, but we are targeting towards the end of 2025.
Okay, yeah, just want to voice the concern I heard and from residents and the surrounding area, and if our project can clearly communicate with the starting day and finish day and keep on track and on schedule, and that would be great. And for the residents, we get the opportunity to minimize the impacts and from the construction. And so the last question is about budget implication. And so is this phase 2 is already funded through the last budget cycle, or will be funded for the next budget cycle?
Go ahead, Pascal.
So the project is funded. It was funded through grant agreements with the Government of Alberta, as well as tax-supported debt by previous council.
So is in 2029 and 22 budget cycle, right? Will not be additional capital funded and from next budget cycle 2023 and 26.
There is, as it relates to renewal components of the project, which is the Rainbow Valley Bridge, which is part of phase 2, but it's not related to this particular project.
So that's
Or this particular report, I apologize.
Okay, so the portion of this project is already funded from last budget cycle, and then the one portion will be related to the next budget cycle to request the funding.
From a renewal perspective, which is
From
planned.
renewal. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That is my question.
Thank you. I'm mindful of time and also wanting to let our, okay, perfect. Go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
I just have one quick question. So in the report, it talks about that this could increase, this motion on the floor will at minimum increase it to from 600,000 to potentially 1.3 million. Is that correct?
What we're identifying is if the council wants to approve this, we would, at this point of accuracy of estimate, it would be up to $1.6 million additional to the currently approved capital profile.
But I'm mindful of the fact that we've already had some capital profiles come back for adjustments with costing for increased. Is there steel or other things that are involved in this project that we might need to be considering in this already?
Yeah, the reason that we constructed the report this way and didn't have a specific ask is because there could be that potential, Councillor Rutherford. So if council were to commit this, we would identify that you're making a commitment and we would confirm costs as the project goes along. So I wouldn't suggest a specific budget adjustment, but a commitment on the basis of what any adjustments that would happen in the future related to what you flagged in terms of inflation.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to. Thank you.
Thanks. I am just to speak on this if there are no other questions, and then I will go to Councillor Cartmell if he is on the board. You know, just to say I appreciate that this seems like a small change, but I do have, I mean, it's just the ruthless part of trying to prioritize different projects, and I think that we have higher parkland needs in other areas where I'd prefer to see some additional investment happening. So really appreciate Councillor Cartmell bringing this forward. I understand the reasons. It's a very, very reasonable proposition, but I think this is one case where I will not be supporting that proposed increase and change to the plan. But happy to turn it over to you, Councillor Cartmell, to close, and then I will call the vote.
Thank you. And very reasonable comments, similar to Councillor Rutherford. There's no doubt in my mind. I know Adam or Mr. Laughlin's being very fair in his comments, but I don't think there's any doubt we're going to see some cost pressures on this project, much like we're going to see in other projects. Right? You know, it has 3 years at least to go, so very cognizant of that. Really, this was a motion to test what council or at least committee would think. You know, there's a value proposition here. Is it worth, you know, what might be 1.5 million, which frankly might be, if you know, to be very fair about it, might be a little bit more once there's some cost escalation considered at the high end. It's a neighborhood that has abundant park space in other places and other areas. It's and all is not lost. If the lane stays on its original alignment, there is still a fair chunk of green space there that will continue to exist. But I did make a pledge to the residents of the area that I'd bring this to council for consideration and test the value proposition around this. And in that time, we have heard more about cost escalation on construction projects. We've heard that we're going to have a very constrained budget, that we're going to have to parse out every single dollar very carefully. So I completely understand that. The flip side of that is once we build it, it's there forever, at least in the context of our reality. You know, we can't pick it up and move it 30 feet over a year from now. It is what it is. And what it is, I will hasten to add, is a dedicated transit lane that will provide fantastic transit service to a part of the city that has never had it. And that has been a key component of this project all the way along. So when we consider what we might have to consider later on about this project, I want us to keep that in mind, that this is more than a road. With respect to, I just want to comment on what I heard earlier about construction notices and keeping people informed and awareness in the community. We've been talking about this road in this community since 2001. Again in 2006, again in 2010, and for 4 years running. And I know that Natalie and her team have been to every community league at least 5 times in the last 3 years. And I mean that literally because I've been there too. So there has been no lack of effort by this team to communicate with the neighborhood. Quite frankly, this is the most communicated project I've ever experienced in this corner of the city. So kudos to them for that effort. And as part of that effort, the residents in this neighborhood identified this opportunity. And so that's why we're having this conversation today. So vote your conscience. I accept whatever it is that you put forward today, but and I don't have a vote. If I did, I would support it, but understand if it doesn't go forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I won't delay you any longer.
Thank you so much, Councillor Cartmel, and to Councillor Knack to close.
Yeah, and I don't want to steal any of Councillor Cartmel's thunder because it's ultimately on his behalf, but I did want to offer just one thought, and you know, and I know it's tricky because some folks are a little hesitant to support it. This is one of those scenarios where I'd actually encourage committee members to support it, to go to council, to allow the ward councillor to be able to vote on this next week. We don't need to accept the item for debate, or we don't need to select the item for debate next week. We can select it for voting purposes. That is a common practice we've employed over the years. And you could choose then to vote against it at council. But I do feel over the years, we have often given the ward councillor an opportunity to vote on something that they have advocated on, and rarely have we killed things at committee because committee has decided so, particularly when the ward councillor hasn't been able to be involved. So I would either, and I think we technically still could, someone else could say requisition now and just send it up to vote to allow it to go to a vote. But I think, in fairness, I will be supporting this to at least allow the ward councillor an opportunity to vote on this at committee, assuming we don't have to rehash it at council. We could just vote on it. We could have a 13, whatever the 13 votes fall. That's the way it is. So that would be my one piece of commentary. So I'll support it to allow for that vote to happen at council. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Well, I'm not grateful because you made things much more complicated, but I will call the vote and make a decision. Thank you.
Point of order. Can I just quick speak for this?
No, I'm sorry, Councillor Rice. The mover has closed.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. We'll go to vote, please.
We have 4 votes.
And that has failed, but with no joy. And again, a lot of gratitude to the councillor who brought it forward. We are over our time, so I will recess for now and see you all for our time specifics at 1:30. Thank you very much. We are down to the bare bones of quorum. Oh, unless Mayor Sohi has joined us. Wonderful. So we are not as thin of a razor of quorum as before. Welcome, Mayor Sohi. Would you like to take the chair? No? Okay. Well, thanks. So just very briefly, just a quick piece of business. I will turn over to Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to reconsider 610.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So this is just to reconsider our decision on the Twilliger Drive transit lane alignment. I believe my committee members understand where this is coming from, so I will just call the vote.
Yeah, so just to be clear, this isn't reconsidering our recommendation, this is just reconsidering
the question.
The question.
I vote yes.
And we have 4 votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you, that's passed.
And I'd like to requisition this up to council.
I will also say the word requisition. So we will consider that at our next council meeting.
So just to be clear that motion is then getting sent up to council without a recommendation, correct? Great.
Correct. Great, thank you so much. Thanks to you all for your patience. So we are now on to questions of administration for items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3. I'll give a moment for my colleagues to populate eScribe. Councillor Knack, I know you're off of eScribe right now. Would you like to indicate with your hand raiser, or if you just want to message me?
I'll be good. I'll be good right now, and I'll jump in. I'll be indoors in the City Hall chambers in about 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Well, I will go to Mayor Sohi then to start us off.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I first of all want to thank the administration for the leadership and working hard on these initiatives. I think we are on the right track, but I do have some questions related to a business-friendly Edmonton initiative. Just want to confirm that this initiative will help us remove some of the systemic barriers that are faced by the equity-seeking groups. So will this allow you to identify and remove those barriers?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Mayor. That is the intention through the business-friendly Edmonton work.
Yeah. Can you identify maybe one specific example that you might be able to do quickly as you talk about some of the quick wins?
Yeah, great follow-up question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that. So, for example, we're working to make our grant programs easier to apply for people who English might not be their first language. So, looking to reduce the amount of paperwork associated with it and putting that risk-based approach on the work.
Okay, because during the campaign, I heard a lot about how difficult it can be for newcomers, equity-seeking groups, somebody setting a new business to navigate the city processes. So I'm really excited about the results. And again, also on Indigenous reconciliation as well, because economic opportunities for Indigenous communities are part of a reconciliation effort. So I want to get a sense from that too as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a key part of the work that we're doing in reconciliation and in recognition of our Indigenous framework here at the City of Edmonton. And so we continue to work with our Indigenous Relations Office. We also have a number of MOUs, for example, with Enoch Cree Nation, and we'll continue to advance that really important work under this business-friendly Edmonton banner, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and how would you evaluate the progress? Like, where you look, because we need to make sure that we're achieving those results. That's where I want to focus on my last 2.5 minutes, because I really want to get to a point where we can demonstrate to the community that these are the steps we have identified. This is how we are removing barriers, and this is where we will be in a year from now or 2 years from now. Just trying to understand how will you measure the success.
Yeah, great question, Mr. Mayor. And part of the work of 2022 is to come up with a performance measurement framework for the economic action plan. I know the team's actively working on that and making sure we're putting an equity, diversity, and inclusion lens on that work as well to make sure that it isn't just about the number of new businesses that we support or number of new businesses that start in Edmonton. And so I would like to pass it to someone from the team to perhaps highlight some of the measures that we are looking at, and we're expanding on that framework this year.
Thank you for the question. The data collection methodology for business-friendly Edmonton will depend on the specific measures that are identified in this performance measurement framework that Ms. McCabe has mentioned. We will be looking at several qualitative and quantitative methods to try to identify the correct data sources and use that data to measure our progress or lack thereof and make adjustments if need be. So that is part of the work that's underway currently.
So a few examples, Mr. Mayor, really quickly. Number of clients using the program, satisfaction of clients using the program, percentage of respondents across Canada that identify Edmonton as a place to live and visit and invest in, total construction value, employment created by the financial decisions from our investment leads, just as a few examples.
Okay. So I know I don't want to make an inquiry or anything, but I do want to make sure that we are keep kept appraised of the progress. So it's one thing I'm thinking about is end of the discussion today, maybe request a memo that you can give us an update to council so that if we can kind of track how things are going, will you be okay with that?
Absolutely, and we can even proactively do a memo every 6 months or every quarter if you would like that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'll bring that up at the end of the discussion. So that's all the question I had related to business friendly. Maybe I'll come back second round for the permitting and licensing improvements.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. And I again want to highlight, I think these 3 reports are really good news stories about the process and the actions we've already taken and some of those numbers that quantify the improvements, like the number of hours and dollars that have been saved. So I just want to start with that. I did have a specific question, and you just sort of listed off a bunch of the measures, but one that I think is missing, and I wanted to know if you've contemplated, is tracking any kind of living wage that businesses are offering, because it's one thing to create jobs, but it's another thing to create good jobs.
Yeah, great observation, Councillor. I'm not sure if we've contemplated that, but we will contemplate as part of the measurement framework that we're creating.
Yeah, and again, I know it can't be mandated or anything, but I think tracking that and seeing kind of, what quality of jobs we're also bringing to the city is important. There's a big difference between a minimum wage job and a living wage job.
Agreed, and great observation.
Perfect. And then my second question is just for clarity, because we've got so many things going on. There's that Innovate stream. And I was just wondering, how does that intersect with Innovate Edmonton? You kind of talk about it a little bit in the report, but I didn't get like a clear picture.
Yeah, that's good feedback for us as we work to make sure that we can clarify those swim lanes, because that's so incredibly important with the work that we're doing with Innovate Edmonton. And perhaps somebody from the team could speak to how we envision that stream of work under Business Friendly Edmonton.
Yes, thank you. We are actively collaborating with Innovate Edmonton on developing the specifics of that programming, as well as colleagues in other departments and branches in the city, so that we're making sure that we have different perspectives to inform the program. But Innovate Edmonton is actively involved and providing us with input and insight for the development of this.
So let me paint a bit of a picture. So Innovate Edmonton might be working with a number of businesses, and perhaps the city could be the first client for that business. They would do an initial vet for that business, and then we would work along our 73 lines of business to figure out where we could use that. The other potential stream is the exact opposite. We could have something that we want to improve in the city, and we could go to Innovate Edmonton and say, can you source that from the community? We want a way to be able to listen from our employees better, as an example. Can you go out into the innovation community and bring us a few examples of how that could work? So we're working through what the details of that look like, but that's the idea.
Perfect, thank you so much. And then my next question was related to the permitting and licensing.
it talks about setting service levels, and it sounds like do we have current service levels, or is it going to be established going forward?
We do have some established service levels, but it's not completely clear and transparent or predictable to understand what those numbers might be.
Okay.
So we've done a lot of data work and working with the teams and with the industry to basically create a one-pager of all the services we provide with the timelines to expect.
Sure, and is that standard going to be, I think about, for example, with snow and ice, how we have that policy that kind of talks about standards. Would that be coming back to council?
No, it wouldn't be coming back to council. Where council has a role to play in this is setting the overall budget for development services. It is the fee-for-service business model, and so that's the governance level that council will have a role in, is the setting the budget for the branch.
Okay, because that's definitely something I heard in terms of businesses, even more impactful sometimes than taxes is the, ability and expedience and reliability of those permitting. So I think it's really important that we get that nailed down.
Agreed, and we're actively working with industry on it.
Perfect, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Those are the end of my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack now joining us in chambers.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I'd be earlier. The wind against the bike stopped me from getting here as quickly as I would have thought. Whew, out of breath. Anyway, thanks very much for all of the work. I want to just acknowledge, I think we've received a lot of letters expressing some really positive feedback about all of the work that your team, you and everyone here, and all of the team that you work with have been doing over the last couple of years, and the measurable impact that has been having. And so likewise, when I think back to when we had that audit on integrated infrastructure services, we should be celebrating, and of course we'll get no exciting, a lot of exciting coverage about all the great work that has been happening, but I just want to take a moment and celebrate that. That wasn't a question, but don't you think your team's doing a great job, Ms. McCabe?
Thank you, Councillor Knack, for that opportunity, because I know many people from the department listen in to council, and I do want to say thank you, because I know it has been a journey, and we have challenged the status quo, and we continue to find new ways to do things. And I know there's a lot of people in the department who are very dedicated to customer service and putting themselves in Edmontonians' shoes so that we can make it easier for people to thrive in our city.
Absolutely, excellent. So just a few remaining questions, and again, sorry, since I was only listening as I was running in, and I don't want to dwell too much, but we did have one speaker today who expressed a few concerns. We probably don't need to go over the specifics, other than I imagine there's some conversations happening based off that feedback we've heard today. You don't need to get into too much detail.
Yes, Councillor Knack, we are actively working with that business owner.
Perfect. Yeah, I just appreciate that there will always be some examples where things don't go well, and what I've heard from you, Ms. McCabe, and maybe just to confirm, is that while we've seen a lot of improvements and generally speaking things have gone well, I still hear about examples from time to time of where things maybe don't go the way we want. You want to get those, you want to be notified of those so that you can review them, understand to see if it's a systems issue or was it a specific issue local to that one piece.
That's correct, and I also would say that on an applicant side, there's a shared accountability here as well. It's not all in the city. Yeah. We need complete applications. We do need people to follow the rules as well. Yeah, absolutely, and that's part of the challenge sometimes is going through that. So with just a few questions, one on the permitting and licensing side, one of the pieces we heard really good feedback on was things like as we've changed to the expedited permitting process. And we've had some types of, for home builders as an example, some home builders can use it for certain zones. We've heard feedback of how do we do more of that? How do we expand that? Is that something that is in the works? I know you showed your work plan in the presentation, but things like that, are you working on that?
Yeah, I think you're referring to the expedited infill permit program, and I think right now our focus is both on the process, but also on the regulatory piece, which is the zoning bylaw renewal. And so as part of that, and we spoke about it a little bit at Urban Planning Committee yesterday, was around using technology to support some of that work, and looking at how we can automate low-risk, high-volume type of applications, like single or semi-detached type of housing. And so that's absolutely part of the things that we're considering over the next year.
Excellent. One more question just on the innovation piece. I think Councillor Rutherford covered most of what I was going to ask, and you sort of gave me a bit of an example, but Ms. McCabe, this question I've asked from time to time, which is that how do we make sure the branches and departments that are have maybe been doing the same thing for a long time and doing it well, or maybe doing it in a reasonable way, they might not be the first to think about what do we need, what is out there in the world that could help us do a better job. And so how do we make sure they're being able to be part of this innovation conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. Great observation. This needs to be across all 73 lines of business. And I do know we've got our strategy improvement and performance branch, our SIP branch online. And if perhaps someone would like to speak to the process that we're rolling out across the city for innovation, I think that would be helpful.
That'd be great.
Hi, Councillor Knack and Mrs. McCabe. It's Catherine Sparks here, the Director of Service Design and Service Innovation and Performance, so I can speak to that question. So recently have an innovation framework endorsed by ELT, and the intention is to do exactly what you've described, Councillor, is to look at what the opportunities are that we're hearing from Edmontonians on where we can improve service delivery, and then working with in economic investment services, as well as external relationships and partnerships, and our OCT branches to then pull together some of those opportunities, understand what might exist in market using our partners like Innovate Edmonton or Edmonton Global, and then find out what some of those opportunities are. We're using different methods around procurement for some of those innovation opportunities where we can trial and test things, and then really leaning into business-friendly Edmonton to explore some of those opportunities with businesses to where we might be able to use the city as an opportunity for to explore service delivery that also has an economic impact.
Excellent. I'm out of time. Might have one more question. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll just quickly finish off before moving to other council colleagues. So yeah, I did want to echo Councillor Knack's comments, just how much great work there is to celebrate here. I think coming second out of 23 Canadian cities for permit efficiency is exceptional. And of course, we always want continuous improvement, but I think we need to remember that and take those requests with a grain of salt when we know we are performing so highly across compared to cities across the country. I also just want to acknowledge that the work that's been happening with urban form business transformation for many years, I think just positioned us so well at the start of the pandemic in terms of having the online permitting system. So again, I think about the challenge that would have existed without that work already having happened. So just wanted to acknowledge the team for that as well. So back to this question of swim lanes, I really liked, I think there was a phrase in the report about the business-friendly Edmonton being experts about the city. So really focusing on our processes and helping people work through that. And I think that's a great way to provide distinction from the other agencies. But I'm wondering if you could speak to, I felt reading through this report that it was maybe moving more towards a sort of broader investment attraction effort as opposed to like helping the mom and pop shops open. So just wondering if you could speak to that balance and yeah, thoughts around that.
That's good feedback, Councillor Stevenson. That wasn't our intention. It is absolutely a both and in terms of we want to support our small businesses in Edmonton through our one-on-one business support, and our majority of businesses in Edmonton are absolutely small businesses, so we've got to make sure that we've got the right tailored supports for them as well. We've had some wins with Edmonton Global, and maybe that's why the report does shine through on those, and perhaps that bias came through in terms of the wins that we wanted to celebrate, because there really are really large-scale investments, and I know we've been working closely with Edmonton Global to continue to get foreign direct investment into our city. But I'll make sure as we go forward that we highlight more stories in the small business space as well.
Great, and again, there is a lot to celebrate and not to detract from the huge importance of doing that other work as well. But to that point as well, if you don't mind me asking, like, how many people are on the team? And I imagine that there is a point at which prioritization has to happen, that we aren't necessarily able to serve every business that is requesting services.
It's a small but mighty team, I will say that, and they're very dedicated to helping businesses. But there's a department of between 500 and 650 people, and so it's not just the team in economic investment services. This really is about the culture, about how we show up in the department, how we show up across the corporation, in order to serve Edmontonians with that customer service lens, at the same time as making sure that we keep Edmontonians safe with the regulations that we have in place. So I would say, although it is a small team, it needs to be wider across the entire city in how we deliver services.
Yeah, I appreciate that framing because, I think I have an inclination to want to throw resources so we can expand that team, but that it can be about training and culture. And yeah, perfect. Thank you. A question. So attachment 1 of the permanent licensing initiative, really highlighted the success of the patio program. And I've certainly heard a lot of positive feedback from businesses in my area. But I did also hear that there was a sense of uncertainty that had been communicated to these businesses that patios weren't here to stay, and we were going to kind of go back to how it previously was, and that's held back some of the investment that's happened. So just wondering if you could speak to that and if there's a message I can share with those businesses moving forward.
Councillor Stevenson, we recognize the importance of the patios and the successes that they had at the start of COVID, and we have no intention of stopping that program. It's really about refining and continuing to provide clarity. And there is the difference between what's happening on public property or road rights of ways and sidewalks versus what's on private property. And so, the COVID patio program was initially a really quick response, and we continue to refine how we work with businesses to continue that program.
Great, wonderful to hear. Just a few, and I think you spoke to it with some of the questions from the mayor, but have we gone so far as to explore language and translation services for Edmonton Service Centre or other online tools?
Ms. Owen, are you online?
I absolutely am. And could I trouble you, Councillor, to just reframe the question for me?
Thank you.
Multitasking here.
Of course, as you should, an efficient use of time. Just curious about the opportunity to provide language translation services at Edmonton Service Centre or through online platforms.
Thank you for the opportunity to address that. We're bringing an entire multilingual strategy back to Council in the next few months to describe where and how we can and should deliver services online and in person in order to be as inclusive and accessible as possible.
Great, thank you. That sounds like exciting work that I look forward to seeing when it comes forward. I'll move now to Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, also just want to start off by commending administration, Ms. McCabe's team for all the work that's been done over the last several years to build a really strong business attraction and retention and expansion program within the city. And really excited by the reports presented today. I think that it shows really significant progress towards creating that competitive business environment, but also competitive business supports that are really needed alongside that. So one of the questions I had, and it's maybe a larger question, but recognizing that we directly support businesses and try to make it as easy as possible to do business in Edmonton, I'm wondering to administration, has there perhaps been any conversation with businesses around the importance of quality public services in this discussion? I think about city services that directly affect labor mobility, transit, or transportation infrastructure program, even services like recreation, parks, social supports. I think that's just an important part of this conversation as well. Is that a consideration we've heard from the business community?
Yes, it is, for sure. We have heard that the quality of life in Edmonton is really important for keeping people here, for keeping businesses here, and for attracting businesses here, as well as the quality of amenities available for people when they're working in Edmonton. So do they have transit to get to where they need to? Is there a park where they can go sit and have their lunch outside on a nice sunny day? And so we do hear a lot about that in terms of the amenities and quality of city services for businesses.
Okay, and that's fantastic. Is there any way that we are tracking that or can track that as the economic development entity?
A good question. I don't know. We'll have to look into that. Anybody from the team have any data on that at all yet? We'll take that away, Councillor.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for that. And another question I had, there was one project that caught my eye in particular, and it's the plan to help businesses test their innovations within a municipal context. And I'm just wondering how that differs, or maybe if that differs from a startup in residence type program.
I don't know that I understand all of the details of a startup in residence program, but I think the idea is that we work with Innovate Edmonton to find businesses that want to test their products within the city of Edmonton. So if that is a startup in residence program, then it is intended to be the same.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I think that's a really, really exciting opportunity. And I'll just jump to some questions around permitting and licensing as well, recognizing that we are really excelling in this realm. Just some feedback I've heard from folks in the community and business community. I'm just wondering, and maybe this is already covered in the improvements that we're going to be doing, but when someone submits an application, for example, is there an opportunity to kind of give them a timeline, a checklist, task list, if you will, so that channel of communication is really solid?
Councillor Salvador, that's part of the work in implementing the outcomes of the permit and licensing initiative. So shortly we will be setting service levels so people understand what to expect and how long the process will take. Secondly, providing clarity on application requirements, so really clear, plain language and concise checklists, so to speak, as well as just letting people know what that process is. So that's part of our work to come this year.
Okay, wonderful. And just a follow-up on that then, also related to permitting. So I guess I've heard of a few scenarios where I guess folks are looking for really, really good continuity in the application process. I've heard of a few instances where applicants might get passed back and forth between different officers, where one issue might get flagged by safety codes. It gets addressed, the applicant fixes that piece, but then another one might get flagged. Is that also being looked at?
It is part of the work in terms of how we can create some more consistency within the process. When it comes to different people involved in the application review as well. So someone might have reviewed the plan to issue the permit, but then there's someone different that's coming to do the inspections as an example. So just working with industry to provide clarity on what missing information might be, requests might be, and we're doing a deep dive into the data so that we can work towards fixing the root cause to help provide that consistency.
Okay, that's really good to hear, and that's all I had for questions. Again, just want to thank you for all of your fantastic work.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the team who put this together. I have to say, after reading the 3 reports, I felt rather hopeful about our city's economy, so thank you for that. And I want to particularly thank you for some specific methodology that I saw, including persona, journey mapping, human-centered design, to really improve our system. And I really appreciate that. I think that's the kind of stuff I really like to see. I just want to be a little bit nitty-gritty here on details. So my questions are all around 6.3. In the attachment 3, under for mobilization of capital, and specifically I'm looking at venture capital investments, and there are 2 numbers reported: 41 million in 2021 by Start Alberta dashboard, and then 179 in 2021 reported by Edmonton Global. Now those 2 are fairly large discrepancy, albeit the Edmonton Global one is a regional one. So I'm just wondering, are we accurately capturing the data on how much capital we're attracting?
Councillor Tang, I would have to look into that to be confident in my answer back to you. I don't have any indication from my review of the reports that we're not, but I will look into those 2 specific numbers and also make sure that it's being calculated the same way between both groups. So we'll take that away as an action.
Sure, thank you. And I'm also curious if we have any benchmark for capital mobilization for, say, the last 5 years, and do we set targets?
I don't think we do at this point, unless someone correct me on that. Do we have a benchmark for capital mobilization at this point? We don't, but we could take that as feedback as well as we work on that performance measurement framework over this year.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think that will be helpful for just in comparison on how we're doing. And a few weeks ago at Executive Committee, we talked about the research park. And at the time, we recognized some of the gaps in the economic action plan when it comes to Edmonton's industrial parks that specializes in diversified economy, like life sciences, R&D. And at the time, the discussion was that there may be a potential to perhaps revisit or update the action plan, in particular, and how we define, say, the innovation corridor. So I just want to check that is that is the case, and recognizing this is a 10-year plan. Curious about sort of the flexibility and of an action plan like this.
Yeah, for sure, Councillor Tang, this plan needs to be flexible to adjust to any change in priorities. And I would also suggest if that innovation corridor or the way we treat the research park might also have to be updated in the city plan. I don't know yet. I just recently reviewed an engagement plan for the work that we're doing as a result of that motion for the research park. And we'll return to committee with the results of that work and any associated actions that we think need to be taken, including looking at updating any documents such as the Economic Action Plan or City Plan, depending on the work that we do out in the park, as well as with other businesses in Edmonton to understand how we support the research park and the economic development opportunity down there.
Great, thank you. I'll look forward to that. And I guess my last set of questions, because my colleagues have asked a lot of around, entrepreneurs of and businesses of diverse backgrounds. That was sort of a cluster of questions I had, which has been answered. I guess my last realm is really around downtown vibrancy, and as much as I think these reports had really highlighted some of the wins, I'm very cognizant too that we've also lost deals over the past few years. And from what I understand is, it did have to do with downtown. And I know that we're all, like everybody here, we're all champions of downtown, and that's shown through some of the decisions in terms of funding, initiatives, and decisions. And it hasn't been that long since we made some of these investments around safety, cleanliness, et cetera. But I'm just wondering if your team is hearing any feedback, from the downtown community. Is that making a difference? Are people starting to feel hopeful that we are, position ourselves more attractive, et cetera, et cetera?
I do feel in the last few weeks with a number of major employers returning downtown that there's a renewed optimism about our downtown, that there are definitely more people on the street, more people supporting businesses in our downtown, and so I am starting to see that. And there is some recognition that the city has been dedicated in terms of dedicated to supporting our downtown and our downtown vibrancy in the long term. There's still an absolute tension that not all Edmontonians who are in our downtown feel safe when they're in our downtown, and I think that is some of the work that this council has underway in terms of community safety and well-being, and we'll continue to advance that work on behalf of council.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually don't have any questions. I just want to speak to this. Is this an appropriate time?
Oh, you go right ahead. I think we'll have a few more questions, but very happy to hear your thoughts.
Great, thank you very much. Mostly I just want to thank the team that's worked on this. Phenomenal work. I don't think that public may have an appreciation for how complex and far-ranging it is. There are multiple interlocking parts. There are bylaws to consider. There's a ridiculous amount of different city stumbling blocks, I guess you could say, that have had to be updated and taken apart and rebuilt. And so, Ms. McCabe, please pass along to your team our deep appreciation for this really important and wonderful work. And I guess I do have one question, and that is, do you have anything to say on behalf of the team for the effort that you've all been putting in?
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And I was just messaging my senior executive advisor to say we need to replay parts of this for the department, to say thank you for all of the work that they have been doing, but also to continue to amplify the importance of the customer service approach. And so I would like to say thank you to everyone in the department who's dedicated to this. I know there are a number of people who are here to serve Edmontonians and make our city a better place and are really passionate about that. And I appreciate that they show up with that type of attitude every single day.
Well, I definitely appreciate that. And just in closing, I would say that there are a number of things that the City of Edmonton is engaged in that are dealing with sort of legacy issues that maybe weren't kept up to date, or that the world has changed, but our systems didn't. And all of that work is underway and being modernized. And And the future is really bright with the teams that we have in administration. So thank you very, very much. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Mayor Sohi, I'll turn to you now.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to just reinforce that, Mr. McCabe, that because of your leadership and the leadership of your team, I am very optimistic that Edmonton can be one of the most, a city where doing business is most convenient and most easy and affordable. Because when you save people time and effort, it's real money for them, right? So so I'm very, very optimistic, and want to thank you for that. You can use that clip if you want to for your staff. I do have one question which is on communications in a way that, are there other cities in Canada that provide guaranteed service on permits and licenses? And can we be that city? Because when businesses know that they're going to get their permit within 30 days or 15 days, 20 days, whatever that might be, once their application is fully complete, right? That becomes a marketing tool for businesses to say, look, I can go set up my business in Edmonton and they guarantee me this.
If I may jump in on this one, Ms. McCabe, we will absolutely feature the business-friendly speed with which we do business here in our Why Edmonton communications. Our teams, communications and engagement, and Ms. McCabe's teams work closely together, and that, you're absolutely right, is a market advantage that we can drive
So is
through.
it worth pursuing, Ms. McCabe, guaranteed timelines?
Mr. Mayor, I absolutely do think it is worth exploring guaranteed timelines in some permit types. And I think that's work that we have to do with the industry, because it is really important that we still are able to make sure that the developments are safe. But I fully understand from a marketing perspective, and especially from a foreign direct investment perspective, being able to say that if you're building a simple warehouse within our city, that you can get your permits within 45 days, that is a really powerful marketing tool.
Do you need a direction from committee in order for you to come back with some sort of a report that will say this is how we will achieve these guaranteed timelines? Or maybe sharing more, also talking about some of the drawbacks on committee, whatever that might be. Do you think you need a direction from committee in order to pursue that work?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we need a motion to pursue that. I think that's the journey that we're on in terms of establishing service levels, doing the process improvement work, doing our zoning bylaw renewal work, and looking at our resourcing. So what I could suggest is we could provide a memo to council to tell you or share the information around that approach and next steps as it relates to service levels and guaranteed timelines.
That's great, and I'll make that subsequent motion for a memo for the business friendly as well as guaranteed timelines. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Terrific. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Knack.
Thank you. Just a few more quick questions. So when it comes to, we had the example a bit earlier about patios, but take anything for that your team does work on, and where there is overlap with some of the other city departments. So I'm going to use a patio one as an example. I do remember hearing about one where they wanted to do it in the winter, but from an operations perspective, we were a little hesitant around snow removal. And that stood out to me because it's like, it felt like we weren't necessarily trying to find a way to say yes. We said, oh, it's going to be tough to figure out snow, and we sort of didn't do it. And so I don't want to dwell on that example, but more broadly, how do you work with the other departments to help advance some of these broader goals that we have?
Yeah, great observation. It does need to be a city priority, and it is. So the executive leadership team did a live stream last week with our 11 priorities, and this is one of our priorities, is continuing to have a customer service approach to the work that we do. And I know what the department does is that we look to find where our common ground is with other departments, and make sure that we've got empathy in terms of they're just trying to make sure that they've got limited resources to get the snow off the ground. Well, where's our common ground? City plan, winter city strategy, how can we get to yes? and manage the risk. And if I may just take a moment to speak to risk.
Sure, absolutely.
One thing I would say that's been really helpful from council is that you're willing to accept some risk in this space, because regulation has been added and added and added over the years in order to mitigate what I would call some smaller risks. And so part of the success here is that both council and administration and the executive leadership team are really dedicated to using a risk-based approach and a customer service approach to the work that we're doing.
Absolutely. Which led to my last question. Is there anything still big on your list that you plan to come to council for to essentially give that permission? Or are there any spots, or at this point, has council given you enough sort of idea that, hey, we want to keep working on this area?
Councillor Knack, the zoning bylaw renewal is a really major change agent as it relates to that.
Great.
And anything else that we need, we will for sure bring to you, and we will continue to ask the question when we're in front of council here, is that the right tool to achieve what you're looking to achieve? And help council with the decision making in that space.
Wonderful. So I'll move receipt of information and speak to the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Knack. I just had a few last questions, and I'm kind of sneaking in on item 6.5, which we didn't select, but in terms of the Edmonton Northern Partnership, I do know the Kingsway BIA, a number of their businesses have huge business interests in the north, so I just want to confirm, I didn't notice the BIA is mentioned in that report, but assuming that they are always very close partners in our economic development work.
Absolutely, the BIAs are, and we'll make sure to connect the Edmonton Chamber to the Kingsway BIA, make that connection.
Great, thanks so much. Also really excited to hear about the ongoing work with our MOU partners. Just wondering if there's also really intentional work with Axis as well?
Yes, there is for sure, and I'm not sure if perhaps someone from the team can highlight some of the work we've done in that space yet.
Yes, Councillor Stevenson, we're actually working closely with Access this very week to put an agreement in place to support the work that they're doing and expand the work that they're doing over the next 3 years with some certainty in funding, and also working with them on identifying ways the city in its own operations can leverage some of the expertise and networks that Access has. And we're also very much relying on Access and some of its membership for informing some of our work, such as some of our procurement policies and things like that.
Great, that's wonderful to hear, thank you. And just a last question, which is definitely it's more of a statement than a question, but I think it is important that we're talking a lot about savings and efficiencies for businesses, but also this work allows us to be more efficient with taxpayer dollars in terms of how we use our staff. So I know situations where a process improvement that had huge benefits for businesses also freed up staff capacity and allowed them to work on other priorities or just reduce additional resource needs. So is that the case?
That's correct, but if I may add, this is not a staff reduction exercise. This is about focusing staff on what's important and the more complex work that we have ahead of us.
Absolutely, and that didn't even enter my mind as a thought because yes, it's about gearing our staff resources towards processes that have benefit and add value and also make their work more meaningful and enjoyable as well.
That's correct.
Excellent. Thank you. So we have the receipt for information, and I believe we'll just do that and then do two subsequents just for simplicity. So I will, would anybody like to speak? Happy to turn to Councillor Knack to close, but if anyone else would like to speak to this, there will be some subsequents. Mayor Sohi, would you like to speak?
Yeah, very quickly again, just to convey my appreciation, and you heard that, Ms. McCabe, from other council members as well, right? The hard work that has gone into this, and we heard during the campaign that economic growth is very top priority for Edmontonians, and they want to see well-paying middle-class jobs, as Councillor Rutherford was asking earlier on, not low-income paying job, but well-paying middle-class jobs and how we create those conditions for Edmontonians to be successful. I think we are on the right path. So congratulations to you and your team for all the hard work you have done. And let's continue to build on that to make Edmonton a convenient place to do business, easy place to do business, and affordable place to do business, and do it in a way that that lifts each other up, and make sure that people, those who have felt left behind from economic growth, particularly marginalized communities and indigenous communities that see more barriers, what we can do to remove those barriers, that all the process are working for everyone, that we are truly building prosperity for all Edmontonians and giving opportunity for all Edmontonians to grow and start their businesses and turn their ideas into tangible things, right? So really appreciate all the hard work you're doing, and we will continue to champion your work because it's so important work. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And to you, Councillor Knack, to close.
Yeah, thank you. And just wanted to echo that. And again, this is, as I started sort of at the beginning, shamelessly using question period to offer positive results. I should have just done it here. Wanted to recognize again, this is a really good news story that won't get nearly as much attention as it should. And that's always a shame. I hope, and maybe to Ms. Owen, this isn't a question, this is me just speaking in general. We overall, I think, and Ms. McCabe and Ms. Petrin, you were copied on a number of those letters that came in last week. I don't think you got them, and hopefully those organizations would be willing to let us publicly share that information. I haven't asked yet, and I think we should ask, because a number of those letters just really positively highlighted the great work, and in terms of promoting the work that's happening in the city, making sure people realize how business friendly we are. I'd like to make sure those letters can be used, or at least quotes from those letters can be used. So without disclosing any of those letters, I will just say, I mean, one of the lines that jumped out at me in one of them, and I won't say from whom until they give us permission to say who gave letters, but they keep talking about how, here's an example. While there's always more work to be done, administration has been making tangible progress with stakeholders to identify current challenges to service delivery, decrease application requirements, and improve permit approval timelines, standardize and automate where possible, measure improvements made to date, and in setting levels to service to ensure accountability and continuous improvement. This work is incredibly important, and we appreciate the collaborative and proactive approach being pursued by the team. We had a number of pieces of correspondence like that. We should be promoting that as much as humanly possible. The other story I'll just share quickly, I remember, I think it was a few months ago, meeting with somebody who's in one of the leading commercial development companies, and so they do a lot of large-scale commercial developments, both in Edmonton, in the region, and in other cities. And their feedback to me was that Edmonton was really leading the way in terms of the focus that we had on making sure we navigate the complexity of sometimes these larger scale developments, and they were just so supportive and thankful for the work that they've seen and the change that has happened over the years. So, and again, yes, there's going to be examples of where we can do better, but I've appreciated that over the last few years in particular, when I have had challenges that have come my way, I've passed them along, and you've gone over each of them, and you've looked into where we needed to make a sort of systems change versus where there was maybe an issue that was just specific to that. So, so like we've been seeing in some other departments, this is a really massive transformation that we just really need to celebrate over and over and over again. So my thanks to you, your team, everyone who's been involved. And then I think just as to your last point that you mentioned earlier, Ms. McCabe, to council, we need to remind ourselves that we play a role in this, in how we are going to manage risk. And I think that did start to change over time, and I think we need to do more of that as we go forward, and give permission to occasionally make mistakes, and to allow for that creativity to sort of flourish in the city. So great progress, and let's keep working on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I think you said it all so well. So with that, I'll call the vote.
May I just clarify, the intent was to receive all 3 reports for information?
That is correct. Thank you for the clarification.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the votes. And that's carried. Mayor Sohi, you had some subsequent motions you wish to make?
Yes, I do. I think Madam Clerk has the wording for both of them. I'll make them separately, probably for convenience of moving ahead. The first one is that administration provide a memo on the development of the performance management framework for City of Edmonton City Economic Action Plan, including appropriate approaches for monitoring, evaluating, and reporting on the effectiveness of programming intended to support underrepresented business and entrepreneurs. So the intent is that, not everything works equally for everyone. And there are a large number of people from underrepresented communities that are not feeling that they are getting all the information, or they have a difficulty navigating the system. I think this will allow us to kind of monitor and overall keep an eye on things. So I don't think we need a motion. I think a memo will be suffice for us to keep us in the loop. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Any questions? All right. Well, we'll go for a vote on that, for a memo to come back on equity.
I lost connection in the e-scribe. Yes.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the votes. Excellent. Carried. And to your next subsequent, Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, I'll just give me 1 second. I'm signing in back in to e-scribe. The next one is that administration provide a memo to council regarding an approach to establish and implement permit and license service level guarantees to support business growth and retention and investment attraction to Edmonton, and establish regular reporting. And this is again making that part of marketing tool. All the work Ms. McCabe is doing, or her team is doing, I think we can just give certainty and predictability based on what we're already achieving. It becomes a marketing tool to attract international investment in our city.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Any questions from council? Wonderful. Well, we'll move to vote then, please.
Yes.
We have 4 votes.
Please display the votes. Excellent. So that concludes items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3. Thank you to the delegation for the presentation. And we'll move on now to item 6.4.
Great. Well, thank you, members of committee. I'm here today with Reg Joseph, the CEO of Health Cities, and Jason Pincock, their board chair, to share with you the 2020 Health Cities annual report. Health Cities has been a strong partner in Edmonton's economic development through the advancement of Edmonton's innovation ecosystem. In particular, they've had a number of wins in the health technology space. I'm now going to hand it over to Mr. Joseph and Mr. Pincock for a brief presentation, and we'll be available for any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. McCabe. And judging from listening for the last half an hour, I should steal you from the city if I wasn't afraid of Andre. With that, though, I really want to pick up where, your worship and council left off, which is about making Edmonton an amazing place. And if I quote it properly, the most convenient, the most easy, and I would say from a Health Cities perspective, it's the most accessible place to build a health innovation company in Canada. And that really is the focus. And for those of you who have not met me before, I'm Jason Pincock. I'm the chair of Health City. My day job, though, is I'm the CEO of Dynalife, the medical ag company. And, as a staunch supporter of downtown Edmonton, we have, of our 1,400 employees in Edmonton, we have 750 of them in the downtown. And I've been in the downtown through COVID. So I'm really excited to see our neighbors coming back and places like Sunterra opening up. And I have places to go for lunch again. So I'm really excited to see some vibrancy return to the downtown. I'm completely with council on how do we make sure our downtown comes back to a place where people seek to build their businesses here. So with that, before Reg takes over, for those of you who are not familiar with Health City, It's really a organization, to quote Ms. McCabe, the small and the mighty. It is not intended to be big, but is intended to be hyper-focused on building companies in the health innovation space. I sit at a number of tables across the province as an industry advisor for the universities, for Edmonton Global. I sit on the Business Council of Alberta, the Chamber. And I will tell you that, as we talk about the pillars of Alberta's economy that are developing in the sort of the new pillars, health is right there at the top. And this is a great opportunity for Edmonton to play a leadership role in that. And I think Edmonton has played a leadership role, through Reg's work and his team. So with that, I'm going to open it up to Reg, and he's going to walk you through sort of our accomplishments over the last year. Go ahead, Reg.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Executive Committee this afternoon, allowing us an opportunity to present to you on health cities. And before I do jump into my presentation, I do want to provide a special thank you to both Ms. McCabe and to Leslie Vogie for their leadership and guidance in terms of really looking at health cities and how we can provide meaningful impact in our community with respect to economic development and growth. So thank you both for your support and guidance. In terms of slides, should I just be indicating next slides? Thank you. So Health Cities' mandate really is to co-create platforms that impact our community and drive economic growth. We're focused on building robust platforms embedded in community to help more companies in the long run to create real and sustainable economic growth. We're creating meaningful, high-quality jobs that create wealth, the kind of wealth that invests in and enriches communities. Next slide, please. We believe that combining ground-level impact led by communities with innovators is the path to both better outcomes and sustainable economic growth. Next slide, please. One of the things that I want to mention is that for all the projects that we do, and I'm going to connect with you on a couple of those projects this afternoon, but they're all very high caliber projects in the sense that we publish them. We publish them in peer-reviewed journals. And one of the reasons why we do this is because of the state of where we are with respect to healthcare, we actually need some fundamental policy change to drive better healthcare and economic development in our region. And so by providing published data on the new models of care that we're bringing to the table, that enables us to have those conversations with provincial legislative bodies and so forth to help shift policy to enable new innovations to drive better healthcare. And actually, in fact, the Health Cities model itself has been published and has been touted, if you will, as a model for Canada. So in some regards, I have to say, Edmonton's already leading the way. And there's something happening. It's really exciting here in Edmonton around combining community engagement and technology innovation. And to be frank, the rest of Canada is watching. I have the opportunity to speak on panels and different conferences in some of the other large municipal centers around Canada, Toronto and Montreal and Vancouver. And inevitably, we get to the conversation of, so how do we recreate this in Toronto or Vancouver in terms of what you created in Edmonton? And so to me, that speaks volumes in terms of Edmonton leading the way. Next slide, please. So we have a real interesting opportunity before us. One of the challenges that you're probably all aware of is that our health costs are continuing to rise. And interestingly enough, our outcomes are actually declining. But this creates a real opportunity for economic development and driving better health outcomes by engaging our innovators to provide unique solutions that can disrupt the health sector. And what's really interesting around this, next slide, please, is that the world is seeing this change. So the kind of disruption that we're seeing in other sectors, like we've seen in transportation, like we've seen in media, we're actually seeing it in health. And the disruption that we're seeing in health is really a shift from acute care to community care. We're seeing a shift for more patient access and democratization of access to care. we're seeing that better access to data will be a key driver. And these are all things that we're embracing, not only because it's where the health economy is going globally, but it's actually addressing our needs right here in Edmonton and in Alberta. And so we're at this really interesting precipice where health as a sector globally is changing. And on some of those aspects, we're actually leading the way. Next slide, please. And those company logos I showed you on the previous slide, about 60 to 70% of those companies have one of these three technology platforms as their key technology platform. So artificial intelligence, machine learning, immersive technologies like augmented virtual reality, or the Internet of Things. So again, not only from a market perspective and from a healthcare perspective, but also from a technology perspective, many of our counselors will know that these are areas that Edmonton, not just Alberta and Canada, but Edmonton specifically excels in. And so we're really positioned well for these technologies, platforms to enable our companies to really go global. Next slide, please. And in fact, this has already happened. So there's an incubator in Chicago that's really focused on artificial intelligence in health. And we've had 5 companies from Edmonton alone be accepted into that incubator. And what's exciting about that is that we have the largest representation in that incubator from any city in Canada. So that's really putting Edmonton out in front. But what's more important to me is the fact that all of those 5 companies that have participated in that incubator program, which basically provides access to the US market, all 5 of those companies have remained in Edmonton, and they're still headquartered right here in Edmonton, creating jobs in Edmonton. Next slide, please. I'm going to jump into just a couple of projects and initiatives that Health Cities has driven over the past couple of years. And before I do so, I just wondered if there's any quick clarification questions that anyone might have with respect to what I just presented on Health Cities and some of the overview. And Mr. Chair, if you have any comments before I proceed, please feel free.
Thank you. I think we'll usually just proceed and then do questions all at once at the end. Could I just clarify maybe how many more slides you have prepared? Just mindful of our time and a time specific coming up at after the break at 3:30.
Yeah, indeed. It's about 5 or 6 slides. And do you want me to wrap up in how much time? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
5 minutes would be wonderful. Thank you.
That's really fine. Great. I will zip through the rest of these slides quite quickly. So here's a project that we did, which is really about enabling companies to get access to electronic medical records. One of our biggest challenges in Canada is that Canadian healthcare systems, and this is including Alberta, we're laggard adopters of innovation within our system. And so for companies to test, try, and validate in a live clinical setting is almost impossible. So what you'll find is a theme for almost all of our projects and initiatives are that we are creating these platforms so that companies can do that. In this case, getting onto an electronic medical record for digital health companies is extremely challenging. It takes about 5 years and $5 million for companies to do this. So effectively, our SMEs are locked out of this market altogether. In partnership with Prairies Can and a number of other individuals, organizations, we've created a mechanism called Hatch that quickly gets these companies integrated into electronic medical records in a fraction of the time and fraction of the cost. This program was funded by the feds, by Prairies Can. And as you can see, we've helped over 20 companies go through this program already. And the real win at the end of that is that these companies have an audience of 10,000 private practice physicians in the field that are available market for them right off the mark. And so this is a real differentiator, not only in our province, but for our nation. Next slide, please. One of the things that came up when I was having conversations with colleagues around was really around the opportunity for innovation to help our most vulnerable. And so this concept that innovation is meaningless if it doesn't positively impact our most vulnerable and our equity deserving groups is a challenge that Health Cities has taken on. And so what we've done is we've looked at partnering with different organizations. In this case, it's Jasper Place Wellness Center, to instead of having those individuals having to go to a centralized location like DynaLife or like an imaging center, where quite often those individuals have a mistrust of the system, and that's where the system falls. We've flipped the model and we've said, how about we bring the innovation, how about we bring the technology into the field, and thereby democratization access and giving patients access right at the site. And so in this case, we've done exactly that with respect to diagnostic work. All the work now can be done right in front with the trusted clinician that they have with the patient in front of them, but then in coordination with DynaLife, all the back end work can be done so that the patient actually doesn't have to leave that facility. And so this is a very interesting paradigm that we're building on in the future. We're now looking at multiple different mechanisms to drive new opportunities to put care into the field as opposed to bringing patients into a centralized location. Next slide, please. And similarly here, we've done something with respect to providing home health monitoring for senior citizens. This was really brought out by a challenge where physicians were saying during COVID, individuals were coming into clinic. As you all know, we all wait in the clinic. Waiting in the clinic for over an hour, they're needlessly being exposed to the virus. So for those individuals that are stable, can we continue to monitor them at home and provide them the level of safety that they need so they don't have to come in and expose themselves? What's really interesting here is we've created this mechanism with multinationals, but now we've created a process for companies to be able to present their new solutions and technologies for home health monitoring across the province of Alberta. We actually have 2 local Edmonton companies presenting to the PCN, that's the Primary Care Network, in June for physicians to consider their new solutions and technologies for adoption. Next slide, please. And next slide. One of the things that we're really trying to do is build a community around our companies, not only the startups that are trying to scale, but also the companies that can provide them guidance. And so this idea of companies growing companies is one that has really taken off. And so what we're doing is we're working with local companies that can actually help other companies get to market faster. They have the expertise, they've been in this space for a number of years, and using that expertise from other companies to lead other companies. And so HealthC is hosting those tables and creating that environment for companies to help companies to grow. Next slide, please. One key thing that I'd like to mention is the power of data, and I know that there are some key initiatives municipally around data, and I think that there's a real opportunity here for Edmonton to lead the nation in terms of where we're looking at health data, but more importantly, combining that health data with the social determinants of health. And we've done some really interesting work, which you'll be able to read in the report, around synthetic data, which enables access to data, access by academics, access by community, and access by industry to drive better health innovation in our systems. Next slide, please. And we have now partnered with a number of social service organizations as well to bring them into the fold so we can drive that better connectivity between the social determinants of health and that data along with health data. Next slide, please. And we're also working very closely with creating aging in place solutions. So again, driven by the community, driven by challenges that the community has identified, and then building innovation around that. What's interesting here, and this is where we'll be partnering with Edmonton Global with very closely, We've just received interest from Amazon and Google in this helpful home that we built, which is a virtual condo around high technology, and how do we enable individuals to age in place more effectively. And so it's a great opportunity for us to work with Edmonton Global to bring that foreign direct investment into the region for some of these stellar projects that we've got going on. Next slide, please. And lastly, I just wanted to mention that what's really interesting is that the city has taken a very interesting lead by investing in the health arena. And that is not something that happens quite often, just because, as you know, health is typically not a municipal mandate. But I can tell you it is getting a lot of traction across the nation. And so what we've been able to do with the city's investment in health cities is we've taken that annual amount of $1 million now and converted it into two, and it continues to grow. And we're getting supports from all levels of government. We're getting support from philanthropic organizations as well as industry. And we're really building a force around health innovation and impacting communities. And with that, I'm done my formal part of the presentation, and I'll leave it to my chair if he has any final comments.
Maybe just closing on that last slide, I think it's important to understand that is just the funding that's received directly into health cities to help continue to build platforms for development. In terms of the investment that's actually gone into the companies and gone into the programs themselves, from either direct investment from venture capital, from angels, from Prairies Can, Alberta Innovates, and all other forms of government, it would be a 50 multiple of the number that you saw on that screen. So, the investment and leadership the city has taken has driven an entire agenda and platform in the health innovation ecosystem to the point where it is now recognized by the provincial government, by the federal government, and by municipal governments as an emerging pillar of the economy. And that is the first time that conversation has happened for health in Western Canada. So, I think this is a really exciting time, and I would say the city of Edmonton has taken a really exciting leadership position, and that is recognized by all parties in our ecosystem.
Great, thank you both so much for that presentation. I'll look now to my council colleagues to click in with any questions they may have of our delegation, which includes both administration and our speakers. Great. Any questions? Mayor Sohi.
You're on mute, Mayor Sohi, Your Worship.
There you go. Got it. Thank you so much for that. Just trying to understand the collaboration with other economic development agencies in Edmonton. Like we have Global Edmonton, we have Innovate Edmonton, then the work that is being undertaken by Explore Edmonton in the area of tourism, right? Even though it's not related to health, but I just want to understand how closely you work with other economic development agencies in the city.
Yes. You want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. I'll take the first stab at this. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for your question. So we are working actually very closely with all of those agencies that you've mentioned, specifically with Innovate Edmonton. It's a hand-in-glove type of environment. Innovate Edmonton spends a lot of their effort around training and providing resources to companies, enabling them to start up and grow, and providing them access to talent, providing them access to how to get their products to market, and writing business plans, all of the essential things that companies need to sort of function and grow. What we do on the health side is we plug them in to live clinical settings so that they can test, try and validate their solutions, generate the data that they need so that they can take those products not only into the Canadian market, but to the global market. So we work very closely with them on that front, and actually on a number of occasions, we've actually delivered co-education environments for them, so where they're getting the actual company training portion from Innovate Edmonton, and then they're getting the sector health sector training in terms of regulatory, in terms of market dynamics in other markets, on how to position themselves for success in those markets. So that's
Edmonton Global and a few other players in Edmonton, they have been working on really honing into potential for pharmaceuticals.
Yes.
In Edmonton, I want to get your sense on that. What is the potential?
So I'll step in.
I mean, we can talk about. I really want to know practical potential for Edmonton. Do we have a potential that we should pursue this in the strongest way possible, or is this going to pie in the sky?
Sure. So I can address that. So I sit on the board of API, which is the subject of that discussion. Yeah. So we have, as a result of the Heritage Trust Fund, we have a lot of very high-end research and capability that's beyond, we punch way above our weight class on a global scale around our ability to look at things like safe supply and small manufacturing. We are not going to ultimately compete with the big generic drug makers of the world in jurisdictions that have labor costs that we can't touch. But that is not what the future of Edmonton's path is. Edmonton's path is really in a highly specialized mid-market where we are creating clinical trial level dosing. We are able to do a lot of the drug discovery. We were able to produce it at the levels that can support drug trials or emergent care sort of situations like we saw in COVID. And we can actually do a lot of custom drug development. And so an example of that is Gilead. So for those people who drive in from the east end of the city, you see that big Gilead building. We're one of the few jurisdictions that would have a facility like that in the region. And between it and the Li Kai-shing Institute at the University of Alberta, we have a really interesting combination of amazing researchers in science, a proven ability to produce these pharmaceuticals, and really an ability to become a center for highly customized development of some of these therapeutics. So it's not, this is not about, it's not going to be like energy for us where, we're sitting on, natural reserves like that. But we have a very unique place in the North American market to be a leader in this space. And that is what is being recognized at a federal level, which is why we're sitting on the sort of ISAD. And hopefully we're going to see a huge project get launched, and probably the biggest one outside of Eastern Canada that's ever been done by ISAD in the health space. So I hope that helps your work.
That's good to know. I just needed confirmation because we've been doing quite a bit of work with API. My office has been quite involved with the advocacy to the federal government. So I just wanted to make sure that we are actually putting our resources where the potential is. So thank you for that. I do have a quick question on your sustainability. City is your only sole operating funder, right? Wanted to get a sense from you how you sustain your organization.
Sure. So I would say at the beginning that you are correct. The city was the catalyst investor. But as Reg showed on that last chart, we're now 50-50 funded by the city and funded from industry and others. And that's after the first 3 years. And so, my commitment to the city was we were never going to come back and ask again. That what we were going to do is leverage the catalyst funding from the city to bring in investment from outside. And that's what will fund Health City's growth as an entity. It will not be an ask from the city.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Knack.
Well, thanks, and I think actually, Mayor, so we covered most of it. I guess I just do want to ask, and it'll be an odd question because once you say, hey, we don't need any more money, I probably shouldn't ask the question, but I'm just curious as we do get ready to prepare for our 23 to 26 budget, are you feeling pretty comfortable that that's where you want to stay, or are there things that you would want to be working on that maybe you're not right now because of the current funding situation, and what does that look like? How would you provide us information to help inform any potential asks?
So, I'm going to speak as chair because Reg will kill me as the CEO on this. But, Reg and I had this conversation when Reg took the job, and that is Health City as a team needs to stay small and mighty. But what we need to do is leverage that into programs all around us that make success of the companies and the platforms that we create. So do I think that there is significant opportunity for the city of Edmonton to invest in the platforms that Health City is creating and the programs that Health City is driving? Yes. Do I see that we need to come back to the city to change that number? That's not our ask. You know, so if we can have the stability to continue the path we're on, you know, that's really our focus with the city. But we are more than happy to find opportunities for the city to play in some of these leverage platforms and programs that we are developing. And maybe Reg, I'll let you weigh in addition to that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And so just to reiterate that comment is that we are looking, Councillor Knack, for continued sustained funding from the city, but not at all increasing our ask. And I think the opportunity there is, as we've built these platforms, there is, and you indicated this, Councillor Knack, that there is a real opportunity for us to address key items that are on the city's docket with respect to homelessness, with respect to social services, and how those are currently being delivered, and how do we modernize those and drive innovation into the delivery of human and social services. And so I think that there's a great opportunity for the city administration and Health City to work much closer together. Now that we've developed some of these platforms, that we can scale these platforms to engage our local innovators into driving community impact. And so a lot of opportunity, and there is an ask then for sustained funding for Health Cities going forward to enable us to do that.
Excellent. That's
Councillor Knack, if I may add, we're also working with each of the city funded organizations to make sure that they're prepared for the next budget cycle, myself and Ms. Padbury. And as part of that next budget cycle, we will be renewing and refreshing funding agreements as well as measures associated with the work that each of these organizations do on your behalf. And Mr. Joseph's observation that we also see the opportunity to continue to collectively advance ESG outcomes, environmental, social, and governance outcomes for council on your behalf as part of these funded organizations. We will continue to lean in on that work.
Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you all. That was my question.
Thank you for that. I'm going to jump in with a few of my own. I really appreciate the presentation. Well, first of all, I appreciate the work that you're doing. I'm really pleased to see sort of the upcoming focus on mental health. I think that's really phenomenal, and really encouraged to see that focus. You know, I appreciated that slide that was provided in terms of the funding to date and seeing that other revenue line really rise up. I didn't actually see that in the report, though. There were some different figures that were presented. It seemed that external investment was still lagging behind the city at about $750,000. Just wondering if I was misunderstanding that, or if there's some other anticipated revenue sources that have come up since the 2022 budget was prepared.
Yes, Councillor, that's exactly what had happened. These numbers were submitted for reporting to the city a number of months ago. And at that point in time, there were some other revenue sources that were not confirmed, but have since been confirmed. So you're exactly right.
Oh, excellent. Well, congratulations. That's exciting news. And, you know, of course, we're really looking closely at our accountability for our public dollars and just ensuring that they are supporting, you know, in the most efficient way possible, the type of work you're doing. And I have to confess, the line item around rent just sort of jumped out to me, recognizing that it is a smaller team. Just wondering if you could speak to sort of the importance or the reasoning behind having a physical location for this work.
Yes, absolutely. And I really appreciate your question. One of the things that we've created around here, and I would love for any of our councillors to come and visit the facility that we're in, is we've created a little bit of a hub around health and health innovation here. So we're co-located with an international gem, the Institute of Health Economics. We share the same floor with them. And just for council's edification, a lot of the evaluation work that we do on our projects to ensure that those projects are having the outcomes that we need, the Institute of Health Economics helps us with the evaluation of those projects, and thereby also the publications that I talked about earlier. But in having that sort of environment now, we've got Immersive Technologies, an organization called Elixir, co-located with us. We have API actually has their headquarters right in the same offices as us. And we have hosted and continue to host now as we're moving out of the pandemic scenario, monthly meetups and presentation environments for our ecosystem in the health sector to get together. So we've created a very purposeful collision space. All of that said, very happy to consider alternative models to be more efficient, and happy to have conversations with city administration around that. And we're very happy to explore those.
Yeah, thank you. And not to get too far into the weeds, I think the rationale you've provided is certainly defensible and makes sense. Of course, that there are efficiencies to be gained, but you've really described well the value that your location currently has in terms of furthering this work. Well, I don't see any other speakers signed up on the board. Would anybody like to move receipt for information?
Sure, I'll move that.
Wonderful. Anyone wanting to provide closing comments or speak to this in any way? I will let it go a few more moments, but I'm not seeing any speakers signed up. So I will just thank the delegation again for your presentation and for the work that you're doing. And with that, call the vote.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. And that's carried. Well, we are in an unusual position of being finished ahead of our break time and our time specific. I'm wondering if we might move item 10. 9.9. 6.9, that's time specific at 3:45. Oh, 9.9. Oh, of course. Thank you. Apologies. Yes, shall we move into private? That is likely no, because it's time specific. Yeah, so it would be the next item.
So I'll move we go into private, subject to sections 17 and 24 of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Thank you. I will move us directly to a vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that's carried. We'll take a 2-minute recess. 15-minute break. Well, sorry, maybe our 11-minute break, unless, would folks like the full 15? We could come back a bit later. Yeah, okay, well, we'll see. as I get back into the correct meeting invitation, but we are pleased to be moving on to item 6.9, our mass transit system, sustainable funding and service growth, interim update. With no further ado, I'll pass it over to administration for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We have on the call this afternoon Sarah Feldman, our Director of Business Integration in ETS. We also have David Cooper, Principal with Leading Mobility Consulting. Also part of the delegation is Ms. Houghton McDonald, as well as Ms. Padbury, along with members of her team. They're here to answer questions as well. Mr. Cooper's team conducted research for this report, investigating various funding tools employed by several municipalities and transit agencies throughout North America. This report responds to a motion from the April 2021 meeting asking administration to provide a report to committee with recommendations outlining a predictable, sustainable funding formula that sees incremental but impactful increases to the transit system going forward, and an outline of current capacity for service growth. Before developing a funding formula, we must further understand Council's interest in which tools to pursue further. Our approach in this work was to present a full suite of tools and some initial screening to evaluate the suitability and viability of each tool for Edmonton's application. With Council's direction, we can dive deeper into a short list of tools and further assess their revenue potential, community insights, and steps for implementation as well. While this report includes tools that can support both operating and capital budget needs, the primary focus has been on operating funding. This is in recognition that operating revenue sources currently available to EPS, which largely consists of property tax and transit fares, are strained currently and may not support ETS's growth needs going forward in the near term. One of our most significant tools for revenue generation is through the implementation of the city plan. Through activating the market transformation underpinning the city plan land use concept, we will increase funding capacity for transit twofold by increasing transit fare revenue through higher transit ridership, as well as increasing the property tax base through higher density development in the developed areas. However, these traditional tools, fare revenue and tax levy support, will likely remain important components of the funding formula as additional tools do not have the capacity to generate sufficient revenue to replace these tools. We move on to the next slide, please. When we approached this work, collaborating with our colleagues in finance, we identified two overall finance considerations. How do we plan to finance our expenditures, and how do we plan our revenues to pay for those expenditures? As we proceed through the presentation and our discussion today, we thought it would be helpful to share a few key questions and show where the discussion about potential funding tools falls to inform a predictable, sustainable funding transit model. We'd like you to think about what is considered reasonable growth for expenditures to deliver current service levels. As well, how do we maintain our service levels and accommodate things like population growth and inflation? Also, what is considered reasonable to fund service enhancements? As examples, this could refer to things like adding a different layer of service to the network or to add extra cleaning or extra security. Then, how do we pay for these things? We have three overall sources to consider, particularly when thinking about service delivery and operations. Specifically, number one, user fees, which are guided by our policies, tax levy, and finally, other tools. And this is what we're talking about today. What are the other tools being used across the country that we may be able to consider for application in Edmonton? With that, I'd like to pass the presentation over to Ms. Feldman to take you through the remainder of our information today.
Thank you, Mr. Seabrook.
I'll start by setting the stage and reviewing our current context for transit funding. Over the past decade, transit service levels in Edmonton have remained relatively static, with limited increases in service hours that have not kept pace with population growth. Regarding ridership, prior to the pandemic, transit ridership in Edmonton plateaued and was relatively stable over several years. And while the pandemic has had dramatic impacts on transit ridership worldwide, we have started to see that ridership steadily recovering in 2021 and the first part of 2022. ETS ridership recovery has generally performed higher than most other Canadian transit agencies and has been above the Canadian average. However, there will still be a period of recovery ahead over the next few years. Fare revenue is becoming more dynamic, and we may start to see a shift away from the historically close relationship between ridership and fare revenue. As a result of the pandemic, travel patterns are changing, for example, with more hybrid work arrangements. Our new fare payment technology with the ARC card will support some of these changes in travel patterns. For example, fare capping will allow riders to travel using a per-trip rate until they reach their monthly cap, rather than committing to a full monthly pass at the beginning of the month. So that will be a real benefit where our fare structure reflects changing travel patterns. On the other hand, the pandemic may have some prolonged economic impacts on individuals, which may result in higher reliance on subsidized fare products. So our fare revenue recovery may not correspond with our ridership recovery journey. Activating the city plan will require increasing transit service to meet the needs of a growing population and achieve mode share targets. As Mr. Seabrook mentioned, realizing the market transformation of the city plan will, in the medium to long term, generate more revenue that can support transit, both by increasing development along nodes and corridors, and thereby increasing transit ridership and transit revenue, and also increasing the assessment base. This all leads to the recognition that several other Canadian cities have diversified their funding sources to reduce their reliance on user fees and tax levy, and this is the impetus for this report. The next slide, please. So this slide just illustrates a bit of what I just spoke about. Figure 1 here essentially shows how much service ETS provides, and this is represented as annual revenue vehicle hours. So as you can see, these remained relatively stable for several years prior to the pandemic. And then there was a dip in 2020 when we temporarily reduced service for several months. And then we had a small uptick in 2021 with the introduction of the Valley Line precursor bus service. Figure 2 shows what this means relative to population growth. So this shows that the amount of service provided per capita has decreased as the city has continued to grow. Next slide, please. In Edmonton, there are 2 main revenue sources for transit: fares, shown here in gray, and tax levy support, shown in green. The graphic here shows that fare revenue was essentially cut in half in 2020. This was influenced by both ridership falling as a result of the pandemic, and specific to 2020, the suspension of fare collection for several months that year. Thankfully, this funding gap was bridged by the Safe Restart funding, which you see here in red, which prevented that downward spiral between service reductions and fare revenue decline. And we are very grateful to the federal and provincial governments for extending this emergency operating support for another year. However, this is not a permanent funding source, and ultimately it remains uncertain for how long Edmonton can rely on external funding such as this. So I will now hand it over to Mr. Cooper, who led some of the research for our team.
Thanks, Ms. Fellman, and thank you, members of council, for having me today. I'm also here joined by my colleague, Julian Dalbo-Balouz, as well. This report was developed in stages with the collaboration of an internal steering committee composed of transit and finance staff, along with consultation from other city departments on specific items. In the first stage, an environmental scan produced a list of possible transit revenue alternatives. This list was then screened according to 3 criteria: precedence, applicability, and the ability to assess. The precedence refers to examples of the tool being used elsewhere, particularly in Canada and across North America. Applicability has to do with the tool's suitability to Edmonton's unique context, and the ability to assess reflects the constraints of the study, namely access to data and time frame. The initial screening process resulted in 10 tools moving forward for detailed analysis. We group these tools into categories, as you can see here on the slide: real estate-based tools, transportation-based tools, and other tools. Under real estate, we looked at dedicated transit funding, community revitalization levies, benefit area tax, and real estate opportunities. Under transportation in blue, we looked at parking fees, a motor fuel tax, a vehicle registration fee, road usage charging, and the transportation network company fee. And under other tools, we looked at the tourism levy. Tools in gray are ones that did not receive the initial screening through the criteria I identified before. Next slide, please. The second stage of research process involved the creation of 5 guiding objectives. These objectives are travel choices, implementation, equity, alignment with city objectives, and revenue potential. The intent was to establish criteria for a high-level qualitative assessment for each tool. Travel choices evaluates the impact of each of the tools could have on travel behavior of Edmontonians and answers the question, is this tool likely to boost transit ridership? Implementation looks at the regulatory context and resource requirements for administration. This objective is about answering 2 questions. Does the city have the authority to enact this specific tool, and how expensive and resource intensive is the tool to administer? The equity objective traces the impact of the tools on Edmontonians, who is impacted, how these impacts can be justified. Alignment with city objectives looks at how each of these tools align with established city priorities as expressed in documents such as the city plan, fiscal policy for revenue generation, and land development policy. Finally, the revenue potential objective aims to provide a rough estimate of the expected revenue from each tool, as well as the quality such as the stability and flexibility of this revenue. This evaluation was based on information from precedents in Edmonton's local context. Tools were given scores, 1 for each objective. They could either fully meet the project objective, partially meet the project objective, or not meet the objective at all. Next slide, please. The preliminary analysis indicated that 4 tools that we assessed, dedicated transit funding, real estate opportunities, parking fees, and vehicle registration fees, met the majority of the project objectives. While these tools show promise, none meet all the project objectives, and further analysis is required to understand the revenue potential, path implementation, and how they interface with each other. The remaining tools, benefit area tax, community revitalization levy, motor fuel tax, road usage charging, transportation network company fee, and the tourism levy met fewer project objectives, though some may be still valid components of an overall funding formula in the future. Next slide, please. Here we have a comprehensive visual representation of the scoring for each of the 10 tools analyzed in the report. And what this graphic immediately makes evident is that no single tool meets all the project objectives. Each one comes with trade-offs and considerations. Instead, it is likely that a sustainable, predictable funding formula will draw on multiple tools, balancing the strengths and trade-offs of each. Having a diversified portfolio of revenue options will increase the overall revenue and improve revenue reliability. If one source faces challenges in the future, the city may be able to fall back on other tools. This table gives a sense of which tools scored most highly on each of the project objectives. Many tools scored highly on travel choices, but due to their TDM, transportation network management impacts, motor fuel tax, parking fees, and road usage charging are the most promising on this objective. So instead of just supporting transit ridership by generating revenue, they also provide price signals that may encourage some drivers to make more trips by transit or active transportation. Under implementation, we have dedicated transit funding and the transportation network company fees. To do all in this objective, tools have to be within the council's authority to implement and have low anticipated administrative costs. Under the equity objective, we can see the strongest tools were a benefit area tax, real estate opportunities, road usage charging, and the tourism levy. The analysis of equity is very specific to each tool, but in the general, high-scoring tools supported both horizontal and vertical equity. Horizontal equity referring to the idea that the taxpayers within the same income should pay the same amount in taxes, except for differences can be justified by different levels of benefit from public expenditures. Whereas vertical equity maintains those with higher incomes and can and should pay more in taxes, while those with lower incomes have less ability to pay should be taxed less. Moving on to alignment with city objectives, most tools scored well on this objective, so I won't list them all here. Essentially, the tools shown here support the city's goals relating to transit and climate, and also support targets relating to density, infill, and urban form. Finally, we look at revenue potential, where we have a benefit area tax, parking fees, vehicle registration fee, and road usage charging. Until financial modeling has been completed, the specific revenue potential of these tools does remain uncertain, But based on precedents from elsewhere, we can estimate that the revenue potential of these 4 tools will fall within a range of in the tens of millions of dollars. I will now pass it over to Ms. Feldman to discuss administration's conclusions and potential next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. The preliminary revenue assessment indicates that no single tool will provide for all of transit's future needs. Pursuing a mix of tools will offer stronger revenue performance and resiliency to future change. With Council's direction, we can pursue more in-depth analysis to model a suite of tools and to determine their potential to contribute to sustainable, predictable funding formula. This analysis would look at revenue potential, implementation steps, risks, trade-offs, and potential unintended consequences. While all tools can potentially be pursued, some of the tools are ready to be implemented, more readily implemented within the will and direction of Council, as they are under the authority of Council and do not have legislative or other barriers. Other tools will require advocacy and collaboration with other orders of government in order to establish the legislative changes required to make the tool available to the city. We would also collaborate with other Alberta transit agencies to explore interest in shared advocacy for these tools. We are happy to pursue this next phase of research with Council's guidance. Thank you for your consideration of this report, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I believe that we have a speaker on this item. Mr. Bradshaw, are you with us virtually?
Yes, I am with you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, thank you. So I believe you've spoken here before, but just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to present. Following your presentation, you will have some questions from my council colleagues, so please take it away.
All right, thank you. And good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and councillors, and thanks so much for having a few minutes to hear from us on the matter of transit operational funding. I want to say that this is a matter that carries as much importance for us as citizens as it does to us as workers in the system. I'm Steve Bradshaw. I'm the president and business agent for Amalgamated Transit Union. We represent the workers at UTS. Administration has prepared a great selection of funding options for you for transit going forward. And I want to compliment the detailed report. As noted in the report, many options were considered, but only a select group survived the screening. And it's likely that not all of those will be useful in the end. Today, I want to focus on 3 of those options that we believe will be the most useful to transit and to the city going forward. Before going there, though, I want to reinforce our support. I know I don't have to tell you of all people, but it's worth saying anyway. Transit is foundational to achieving the goals of Edmonton's city plan. It's the bedrock on which the rest can be built. Without a vibrant and successful transit system, that plan is just paper. If we're serious about city plan, and I believe nothing is more serious for this council, moving our population to leave the car at home and ride the system or ride the bike or whatever of the myriad other active modes there might be, if we're really serious about that, then we need to have dedicated funding for transit. That funding is crucial, but it's not enough by itself. Going beyond that, we also need to, in the words of the report, nudge people away from their cars. Increasing the cost of using the personal vehicle while having a clean, safe, and efficient transit system is how that'll get done. Parking fees and motor fuel taxes are both highly effective ways of demotivating personal motor vehicle use. It's like a 2-stroke engine. Fund the system and then encourage its use. The report uses green and amber icons to reflect the efficacy of each funding option on each of the 5 criteria, so I'll refer to the colors as I speak. Dedicated transit funding not only hits 3 of the 5 criteria on green, those being travel choices, ease of implementation, and alignment with city objectives, specifically supporting city plan. But it also hits the other criteria, equity and revenue potential, on amber. I'd like to suggest to you that it actually has the potential to strike the green key for revenue potential, as long as City Council is committed to the objectives of city plan and is prepared to give up a bit of flexibility to ensure a great transit system. Assuming that the will is there, this makes dedicated funding the only option that strikes a clear yes on 4 of the 5 criteria. In conjunction with dedicated funding, imposing higher parking fees will have great revenue potential, despite that it will take a bit more time to implement. Similarly, imposing a motor fuel fee will have a deterrent effect on personal automobile use, but will take cooperation at the provincial level and thus will be a bit more complicated to implement. Together, parking fees and motor fuel fee will be the nudge people need to consider their options. When transit presents as a well-funded, clean, safe, and reliable option, people will naturally gravitate to it. These three options have everything it takes to effectively fund Edmonton's transit system into a future where more than 50% of all travel is conducted without the use of the personal motor vehicle. To be sure, the more successful parking fees and fuel surtaxes are at demotivating personal vehicle use, the less revenue they'll generate and thus the less effective they are. But that is a welcome problem that we'll solve in due course. Mayor Sohi and councillors, I know I'm speaking to people who are every bit as dedicated to the principles of city plan as I am, probably more so. I want to thank you again for allowing us this time to focus our thoughts and ideas on this great opportunity for the future of our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. I really appreciate your comments this afternoon. I'll just see if any of my colleagues have questions of you. Usually a sign of a very clear and comprehensive presentation. I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, Councillor Jans.
Oh, this would be questions to the speaker. So I was wondering if the speaker could just outline some of the advocacy that your organization or other organizations are doing nationally right now, because really we saw that there's a new federal budget, there's new opportunity. If there's ever a golden chance to pin down a transit vision for all, this feels like it.
Well, thank you very much for that question, Councillor. And yes, our organization is very active at the federal level. We work closely with the Canadian Urban Transit Association, with CUTA. We have a seat on that board, and we work very hard with them and with others to try and achieve some funding support, operational funding support at the federal level. We believe that it's not right and it's not fair that the operation of transit systems across the country is left to municipalities to fund. We need support for that from the federal level and from the provincial level more directly.
Nothing further, thank you.
Great, well, I haven't seen any other names pop up, so thank you again so much for joining us. Welcome to stay to listen to the rest of the conversation, which will now shift to questions of administration.
Thank you.
Councillor Knack.
Thank you. I don't actually have any questions. It was a very detailed presentation, and thank you for all the great work in it. I just wanted to put on the floor on behalf of Councillor Paquette, who I think did the original motion for this. He had worked on a motion that I would put forward. I think the clerks should have it. I see some nodding heads, so I'll start reading it out here. It would be that Executive Committee recommend to Council, number one, that administration conduct further analysis on the revenue potential, risks, and possible implementation of a suite of options as outlined in the April 13th, 2022 City Operations Report, including community revitalization levies, dedicated transit funding, real estate opportunities, and parking fees, and model these tools to determine potential for a long-term, sustainable, predictable revenue source for transit that meets both the capital and operating mass transit objectives laid out in the city plan. And number two, explore interest in shared advocacy opportunities with regional partners and transit stakeholders to push for legislative changes to pursue additional transit revenue options, including, but not limited to, possible vehicle registration fees and a standing agreement to receive a portion of the provincial government's motor fuel tax. And I don't have any questions. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll go next to Councillor Paquette, who is welcome to introduce this motion through a question if he so desires.
Oh, thank you, Chair Stevenson. I don't think there's much to introduce. I think we're all sort of on the same page here. But I do have a few questions for administration. So I think the first one would be that this is an Edmonton question, but there's a larger component, a regional component. So I'm just wondering if you could speak maybe to what groups are currently involved in regional transit advocacy, following up on questions from Councillor Jans, and what's going on in the regional conversation.
Thank you for that question. So it's quite active.
So we have advocacy efforts from administration in the respective municipalities. We also have coordinated provincial advocacy through CUDA with all Alberta transit properties. So the large urban systems, obviously Edmonton and Calgary, work quite closely together with our partners in the medium and small size transit organizations as well. And then CUDA is coordinated both with ATU as well as FCM. So there's quite a network of advocacy happening, and it's coordinated with shared messaging and tactics.
Okay, so in this motion, you'll be able to continue with that, but also maybe even push a little bit harder with the backing of council here.
Well, I think it gives us very specific objectives to pursue, particularly with that provincial piece. So we're certainly going to take that away, and we'll be able to follow up through the motion and give you more information on that for sure.
Okay, now in the suite of tools that that we were presented with, I mean, none is the silver bullet, and we probably need a number of tools. But in your expert opinion, I guess, what's the best tool to guarantee funding for future mass transit goals, both operating and capital, to meet our 2 million population target in the city plan?
Yes, thank you for that question, Councillor. I'll answer, and Mr. Cooper may want to add to this as well. I think there's a lot of opportunity in the tools that have impact on travel choices, where we achieve both that revenue generation, but also provide some market signals, such as the parking fees, but also the vehicle registration, as you've outlined in the motion. Those tools, I think, serve two objectives very well. I also think there's a lot of opportunity with dedicated transit funding, as Mr. Bradshaw indicated that there is, that hits a lot of the greens on the list and performs quite well in the assessment.
Yeah, I agree. And then also included in the motion is maybe advocating for that fuel tax. Now, in the report, it said fuel tax wasn't really great, but I think what we were talking about was an added fuel tax. And what this motion is asking for is maybe requesting some of the current fuel tax to be dedicated toward transit. Does that sound clear?
I'll take this and then ask Mr. Cooper to add. So the fuel tax, I think, was recommended not as highly as some of the others, in the sense that fuel tax is starting to decline over time as vehicles are more efficient, and there's more electric vehicles, and typically those individuals who have those more efficient vehicles are of higher incomes. But Mr. Cooper, anything you'd add to that?
I think maybe there's two parts. I definitely want to reaffirm the importance of multiple tools. There might also be things you may want to do incrementally. There's a suite of tools that are in the city's purview that you could do and look at in terms of addressing some of the operating funding components. The motor fuel tax has some nuance to it because of what Ms. Fellman identified is there is electrification and more vehicle performance efficiencies, which really declines that. And there's also more fluctuation in the market with that. Motor fuel tax has actually been identified as a risk for some agencies that have it, just because it's providing decent revenue right now, but it's going to sunset over time. So there's been conversations about road usage charging, as an example, as ways to offset that. So the motor fuel tax would be kind of more of a shorter to medium term one, but it doesn't actually fully resolve the operating funding issue.
Right. Okay, I got it. A shrinking amount of butter over too much bread. Okay, so last question: is this motion flexible but direct enough? I'm assuming. I mean, we always have been able to trust you to fill in the gaps to move forward on a sustainable funding model that can be returned to council that will lead to the proverbial rainbow.
I think it gives direction. I'm not sure if Ms. Padbury wants to chime in. We had a discussion prior to this, feeling that we could navigate and follow up accordingly. So this, I think, gives us that direction to do so.
I would agree. This gives sufficient direction for us to move forward in developing a funding model with different alternatives that we can bring back to council.
Great.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go now to Councillor Rutherford as a committee member.
I almost spilled my water there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you Councillor Paquette and Councillor Knack for bringing this forward. I guess I wanted to ask, I see in the motion in the first part, it talks about sort of those options that I see in the report are listed in that chart, but one that's missing is that benefit area tax. So I wonder, why are we exploring, like, for example, community revitalization levy and not benefit area tax? Or is the understanding that it's all of the ones that are listed in this chart to explore further? Can you answer that, your intention, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, this was just basically the next step. This first exploration sort of weeded out some of the options as optimal or not optimal. And then so this next step, we'll find out how we can actually capitalize on the parts that were sort of earmarked as being more advantageous.
Okay, and another thing that I noticed in the presentation from administration was sort of was the reduction in the low-income pass program, provincial funding. So I'm wondering if there should be any consideration for adding that in part of that second point in the advocacy.
So I think we can do that.
I'll let administration take a crack at that one. Yeah.
My apologies, I assumed it was for administration. We can absolutely do that. We have a plan. We coordinate with Calgary. It's the two large urban centers that have that grant. We've certainly done advocacy in the past, and we'll continue navigating with our provincial partners and highlighting the importance of that program and grant, for sure.
Okay. And have we ever contemplated, even in terms of, I know this is talking about revenue, but when we're talking about, I think about many services that would benefit from funding formulas. Have we ever, because I did read in this that the service level has decreased, so revenue, vehicle hours per capita is down, and so the exact comment from administration was that, we're not essentially keeping up with population growth. So I just wanted to explore that further, or do you think that this motion helps get us there?
I think this motion does get us there. It was specifically to transit. If, Councillor, you're speaking of other city services, I think then
No, I'm just speaking of transit. I was just saying that I think that there's a few that would benefit, including transit, from some sort of, based on population, what funding are we providing to that?
So if you don't mind, if I can address that. I think part of the challenge that we've experienced over the last few years is the city itself doesn't really have a funding formula other than we determine what service levels are, we determine what the expenses are going to be, and then we determine what we can collect in user fees, and the rest is tax levy. So in years where we've tried to hold to zero, that's effectively a cut. And so I think that there's merit in looking at how we fund things going forward, but you have to also have that conversation in context with what is the formula that you as council are willing to set within the corporation's formula overall. Because if you set a transit formula, but you hold everyone else at zero, you're just going to erode service levels elsewhere. So it's a holistic discussion that has to be had.
Okay, no, I appreciate that perspective, and that's a really good piece, and maybe it is a broader discussion that we need to be having. Perfect, that was all my questions. I guess just for quick and efficiency, speaking to it, I'm very excited to see this go forward. I want to see sustainable funding opportunities and more revenue streams for our transit. It's an absolutely essential service to our city and to citizens. And as we heard yesterday, as we become really a climate haven for folks, we're going to be relying more and more on transit. So thank you to all my colleagues that worked on this motion and for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I'll go now to Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just want to say thanks so much for the fantastic report. I really enjoyed this one, and thanks for this great motion as well to Councillor Paquette and Councillor Knack for bringing it forward. I and this may be premature, maybe this can be a conversation for when this does eventually come back, but just wanted to dig into the tool of parking and parking revenue as a really interesting opportunity. And I guess I'm wondering, when was the last time those types of fees were updated? Is that kind of happening on a recurring basis? Yeah, looking for some insight there. And I guess I'm thinking of this in the context of, we were proposing to go up to $4 for transit tickets, and I'm like trying to think about, are those types of scales being applied to parking as well?
Mr. Seabrook, do you want to address this one?
Yes, thanks. Councillor Salvador, the last time we really looked at parking was around the time that the arena was coming online, and we had made some significant changes to our parking operations and done some work at that point. We haven't really updated the work around parking fee structures significantly since that point in time, and certainly over the past couple of years with the pandemic, it's really thrown some challenges into the parking fees, as we also were not charging for parking for a period of time during 2020 as well. So in terms of a detailed assessment on that linkage from a recent perspective, it's been a few years. So I think as part of this work, that will be something we would likely connect in to see what the opportunity is with the parking lever.
Fantastic. That's really good to hear, and definitely in need of an update. I also am curious. I know that there's some work ongoing around the public parking action plan. I think that's going to be coming back before us in August, I believe. Is there an expectation that there would be a bit of crossover there and some dovetailing in terms of work?
Councillor Salvador, that's correct. Ms. McCabe here in terms of the timing of the report when it's coming forward, and the action plan absolutely has to address pricing, because pricing impacts behavior.
Great. Yeah, really happy to hear that, and I'm looking forward to the action plan coming back as well. I think there's good potential there. But yeah, that's it for questions from me. Thanks so much for this great motion.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I have a couple questions, and I'm happy to receive them as a memo if the information's not handy right now. Do we know, following the redesign work, who are the most likely to mode shift to transit?
Councillor Jans, I'm not sure this report would address that. I'm trying to think about which report would address that. I know go ahead.
Yeah, I would say we'll take that back. We do monthly research, and I think that's something the team can dig into and see if we have those figures. And if not, it's certainly something we could easily do and do that assessment and then follow up.
Yeah, I realize it may seem a bit tangential, but as I was reading through the report, the questions of equity and EDI analysis and even age and different groups, I was trying to think, what would move seniors versus students versus others. Another question, if we were just to understand this, and I think it was reported previously, if we were to just say transit is free across Edmonton, what would be the tax implication of that? 160, was it? 160 million?
Yeah, so normal times, your revenue loss would be in the neighborhood of probably 130, 140 million. Our research, we've studied this extensively. The best return for ridership and mode shift is investing in service. Those that have gone fare free, what they found is you'll generate more rides from existing users, but it doesn't attract a lot of new users to the system. But the elasticity calculation, you get a much bigger return on your investment. So for every dollar invested, in terms of getting new riders to achieve that mode shift target, would be through service improvements and investing in service.
And I feel Councillor Paquette, his eyes watching me from afar. And yes, I did search this in Text Depot, and I know you did a report on this, and I know it's there. I just wanted to see if there was an update. The other question here. So, you know what? In the interest of time, I'll just follow up offline and look for the reference document and follow it then. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really interesting report, and thank you for the originating mover. I just have a few questions just to clear my understanding on some of these tools. The real estate opportunity seems really interesting, and use Site Station Point as an example. Do we have other lands and areas that would be useful for growth, or will we need to acquire more?
I think that was one of the challenges discussed with this tool in particular, that there could be opportunity as we further expand mass transit along those lines, but a lot of those projects are well underway with land acquisition having occurred. And so while it's an interesting tool, there may be more limited opportunities in the near term.
Right. And then for the parking fees, we talk about the parking stalls. Is it primarily for people driving to take transit, or is it all over the city, like any parking fee?
Yes, the idea with this tool is parking, all parking, not park and ride parking, but parking for people who drive as their primary mode.
Got it. And then for the vehicle registration fees, it will be on personal vehicles?
Yes, that's right. So this would be in addition to the regular vehicle registration fee that vehicle owners pay currently that goes to the province. So some municipalities have been able to add an additional fee on top of that goes to fund transit, for example.
Cool. And my last one, just in terms of that dedicated transit funding, do you have a sense of like how much will be needed, or is that would just be covered by this motion that's on the table as the next stage of exploration?
I think that goes back to what Ms. Padbury was discussing earlier, that it needs to be considered with the full context of council's funding, the overall strategy for the budget and what council considers for tax levy. But Ms. Padbury, feel free to.
Yeah, I would agree, and I would just add that it'll also depend on service levels. So to the extent that you're trying to also increase service levels as part of the growth, that expectation of service level will drive what you need in a dedicated tax levy.
Okay, got it. And I'm just cognizant of, the existing discussion around the regional transit. Is there a sort of as that system starts, is there a sort of opportunity to introduce some of these like from the beginning, if the direction is to move forward? I'm just curious.
Mr. Sebrick, do you want to take that one?
So at this point, Councillor, we don't necessarily know what the fare structure or the fare policy is for the Regional Transit Commission. We certainly have a fare policy with respect to the City of Edmonton, and other jurisdictions have theirs. That's something we would need to connect in as we move forward, as the Regional Transit Commission starts to put their plans together. We would want to make sure that we are connected. We do have, of course, a smart fare system that integrates the user experience, but it's still behind the scenes. There are multiple faring policies that feed into that.
Yeah, probably too early. Thank you so much for those answers. That's it.
Wonderful. Well, I just wanted to have a few questions of my own as well, and if others want to populate, but otherwise I think we can move towards voting on this motion. Mine is a bit more philosophical, and I don't mean this as a critique of the report, because I think it's a pervasive attitude amongst all of us, and myself included. But what I think is a really important message for us to convey is that investing in transit is a mechanism for fiscal sustainability. And I will ask the question, which I think practically is likely no, but conceptually, could we ever consider that our sustainable funding source for ETS is the deferred capital costs we may have for road expansion, for example? Just that we are actually generating savings by investing in transit. It's not a net cost to us as a city. Just wondering some thoughts on that, even just in terms of how we frame our reports, how we frame these discussions, to really emphasize that this is not a sunk cost. This is actually something that we get returns from.
So I understand conceptually the idea of doing that. The challenge ultimately is using a future decision to not build something that future decision would have had revenue and expenditure consequences. It's not a harvestable savings. It's like a cost avoidance. So it becomes very difficult to use as a funding tool. Is it something that we could that we should be considering when we build out the city? Absolutely. Can you use it as a funding source? No.
Yes, no, and well put. And I think it really is about more of that communication piece around the cost avoidance and the opportunities that we may have to quantify some of that as we move forward. Again, I think there's an appetite on this council to make those investments, but wanting to be able to communicate very clearly that it is fiscally responsible, even if that number increases and it looks high. There is that deferred cost in other areas. So just a seed to plant, I guess. I did have a question from Mayor Sohi. He was just wondering that, noted that many of the funding tools required legislative changes, and wondering if administration has done any engagement with the province to ascertain their openness to pursuing some of these options. Do we have an initial temperature check on that? Or that will be part of the work that comes?
I don't know that we have a current temperature check on that. We have done, as part of city charters, approached some of these tools, and I would describe it as like there are challenges that come because conceptually everyone's seeing that there's still only one taxpayer or revenue provider. So that'll be the challenge when trying to address these with the province.
Thank you. And then just building on Councillor Paquette's earlier question, do other sustainable revenue options open up if we consider regional transit, or do the options remain fairly similar?
So the options would be fairly similar. The feedback we had in the early days on that file, it didn't give the impression that there's an appetite to explore alternative options from the provincial level. Not to say the door is closed, but certainly wasn't an open door to explore. So I think these tools, we can pursue them, and then in the background, depending where council goes with the regional transit file, we could always entertain how might this apply in that environment, given the list that we're looking into. Can certainly do some follow-up work on that. Again, following direction. I know there's a separate motion about that piece of work, so once I think we get that direction and understand what's happening, we can then dig in a bit more on that piece.
Great. And just finally, one of the tensions I saw was the area benefit tax. I think we've spoken in previous rooms about actually having lower tax rates around transit to incentivize development there. So just wondering if there's a way to reconcile that tension. My sense is it's a matter of the evolution of the city, and right now it seems that we need to work to attract development to our TOD areas, but just wanting some thoughts on that and whether that'll be part of the consideration.
I think what you've picked up on is that there are two tools that potentially would work in opposing manners, and that is definitely something that's one of the reasons why you don't see that tool necessarily being recommended here. And one of the things that we'd have to look at, again, more holistically, how would you like to use this tool? Would you like it to encourage density by creating lower taxes, or would you like to use the tool to create revenue for a transit system by taxing proximity? So definitely something that we'll be considering with like a wider lens on the tools.
Great. Thank you so much. I see Councillor Paquette. Is that to close, Councillor Paquette, or did you have some further questions?
I did have one question for the mover.
That's very meta, but please, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, so I did notice that Councillor Knack may have missed one component in his motion. And I'm just wondering if this would be a friendly amendment to add Alberta municipalities to point 2.
That's a wonderful question, and one I would have asked myself if I didn't move the motion. But yes, that would be friendly to me, but I don't know if the rest of my committee colleagues.
I see nodding heads, so happy to accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Paquette? Did you want to speak to the motion?
I'll just I'll speak to the motion if that's okay. All right, and Councillor Knack, next time just check in with me. I'm happy to give you that advice. So, to speak to the motion, and I'll preface it with Councillor Jan's, the reports that you might be thinking of are generated from my wild motion on exploring zero subsidy to full subsidy on transit. And the reports are called The Value of Transit and the Determinants of Ridership. And if you enjoyed reading this report, I can say that wait till you get a load of those two. They'll blow your mind. All right, so for example, the economic value of transit to our local economy is a 3-to-1 return on investment. It is massive. We're talking about infrastructure savings, employment, help for seniors, greenhouse gas reductions, sustainability, mobility, on and on and on. So the pandemic has shown us that that we really need to secure predictable, stable funding for the future success of our transit system. And the future success of our city depends on that success of transit. So I certainly, and I don't think anyone else wants to see us in an emergency situation, scrambling to keep our public network operating. It's clear we need to diversify from the standard user fee recovery model for transit. And there isn't really an appetite to keep increasing fare prices without demonstrable and real improvements to our service. So maintaining a public and affordable transit network represents a major commitment to city growth and our climate commitments. Now, just on a personal note, there are folks in the city right now who are captive users of transit, who are saying, why am I paying for a service where I'm not feeling entirely safe? Now, we can cite the statistics that say that transit is very safe, that incidents are a small percentage of the reality, but the experience is so important. And with this motion and with the resulting report and action that council can take going forward, we can actually fund things like cleanliness, things like increased safety, perceived and real. We can fund things like more extensive routes or more rapid service and on and on. We can ensure that DATS is more properly funded so that folks in need are getting to where they need to go in a much more convenient fashion. It's time to modernize how we approach transit. I don't think that there has actually been a movement like this one that council is exploring currently in any other major municipality, not like this. So we are maybe ahead of the curve as far as how we want to approach this. But there are also examples of many of these approaches already that exist, so we're not going in blind. So I just want to thank administration for all the incredibly hard work and frankly, all the hoops that you've jumped through at the behest of an annoying counselor over the years. And I also would like to thank council for seeing the vision and the importance of transit. There may be people in the public who say, well, I don't take transit. How does it affect me? Well, just that economic return we talked to is one way. Another is that if we actually have the transit system that the public is demanding, it can only have a positive knock-on effect across the board in so many areas, from employment to visitors to the city with tourism, to jobs, to people getting to work and getting to school, for seniors to be able to get to doctor's appointments, and for volunteering, which is a huge cost saver for the city, and on and on and on. I could proselytize about transit all day, but I hope that the actions instead will do all the work for me. And of course, administration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack, did you wish to close?
No, it's like he wrote the motion, and so I would just let him have the final word.
Wonderful. With that, I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that's carried. Was there anything further on this item? No, then I'm going to suggest to my colleagues that we move to item 10, notices of motion and motions without customary notice. I believe two of my colleagues have notices they'd like to make, so I'll turn to Councillor Rutherford first if she's ready, or I can go to Councillor Jans. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, take it away.
I have 3 notices of motion for that I'm giving today for the council meeting on April 19th. So the first notice of motion is that administration prepare an unfunded service package to the Community League Operating Grant and Community League Infrastructure Program and return to the fall 2023 to 2026 budget. The unfunded service package will propose increases that account for inflation and also provide options incorporating community leagues as key partners in COVID-19 recovery. That's the first one. The second one is that motion, the notice of motion I'm providing again for April 19th, is that administration provide a report in consultation with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues with recommendations for amendments to the Community League Operating Grant and Community League Infrastructure Program with the intent of enhancing equity and efficiency in application processes and distribution of funds. And lastly, my last notice of motion, again for April 19th, is that administration prepare an unfunded capital profile for the fall 2023 to 2026 budget for the purpose of land acquisition for the Metro Line Northwest LRT Blatchford to Castle Downs extension.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you. I'll continue on the transit theme. I'll move at the next council meeting that administration bring forward an unfunded capital profile to advance the planning, design, and delivery of the semi-exclusive routes B1 and B2 from the City Plan Mass Transit Network for consideration in the 2023 through 2026 budget, as well as the planning and design work of the remaining network to $1.5 million.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I move that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, write a letter to the chair of the EPCOR board requesting, number 1, an executive compensation policy and salary cap to be implemented not to exceed that of the City of Edmonton for equivalent positions in senior management. Number 2, a compensation cap for the board of directors not to exceed double the rates paid by the City of Edmonton for other agencies, boards, and commissions, bracket, Charlie 628 Alpha honoraria and expenses for city agencies effective January 1, 2022, and Charlie 628 Alpha procedure honoraria and expenses for city agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other notices of motion, I will move that we go into private for item 9.1. Please vote.
We have 3 votes.
Please display the votes. Aaron or Andrew, have you seen the wording that's been messaged to us? It was just to me.
Yeah, just do it.
Yeah, okay. Are we good to go? We're back in public? Okay, so I will move that attachment 15 be added to the April 8th, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01231, and that the actions as outlined in attachment 15 be approved. And also that the April 8th, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report OCC 01231 remain private pursuant to section 17 and 24 of the FOIP Act.
We can clean that up after.
And barring any questions or comments, I will move to vote.
We have 3 votes.
Please display the votes. And that's carried. Well, thank you to my colleagues for a very full day of work. Really appreciate everyone's patience, and have a wonderful evening. We are adjourned.